It's like greetings, greetings. But it's all up in the middle. It goes to Salam.
Out of reach, but you're close enough. So at least I can see your face. I need to feel them on me, yeah, yeah. Pull me into your embrace with your hands. No sip, no setting, just touch me with your hands. Your hands. Your hands. Hold on to you, hold me with your hands. Your hands. Thank you so much, NPR Tiny Desk. Once again, thank you for having me. My name is Alex Isley. I want to thank Deshaun on drums, Dre on bass, Derek on keys, Jay on guitar, Nelson, Lucina, Aston. Thank you for a lovely time. I know the game, you know the answer. You were my flame, the son of a cancer. And I can't explain, but it's something similar to shame. 'Cause I don't really know what it's like to be loved by you. Why do I keep wanting what doesn't want me? Why do I love you hardly when you hardly see me? Left to learn to help me up from coming down. The medicine's inedible this time around. Thank you for a lovely time. 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 Something inside of me wants to let it go on. Something inside of me wants to see it. Something inside me wanna be loyal to you, but you ain't promised nothing to me. So maybe it's silly me from the get-go to get got from what I was told. I guess it's the small price that I pay back. Just wanted a damn hand to hold. Why do I keep wanting what doesn't want me? Why do I love you hardly when you hardly see me? Left to learn to help me up from coming down. Medicine's inedible this time around. Thank you for a lovely time.
Minister, if it's possible, could you put some music on the screen? I have a little bit of technical difficulty trying to fix something on this side. Is that possible?
Yes, no problem.
Got it.
Once a big respect to all reggae dancers worldwide. See? Now from Kingston, Jamaica, we present to you.
I've got to get myself together. Yes, can't afford to let my faith go. You know, whenever the sun comes a shining and my sisters are all smiling, the one isn't dying. My people are crying. We are living in the love of the Father, living in the house of the Almighty, yeah. Living in the love of the Father, living in the house of the Almighty, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yo, DJ Swaggy.
The days of destruction will never be. Oh no, not unto a wise man who will see. Yet the fool thinks he knows it all. Here comes later, he stammers and falls. He goes down for every reason. Jack is giving him a beating to the foundation. He'll have to go down to the foundation. Chant him down to the foundation. He'll have to go down to the foundation. Whoa, yeah. Ooh, well, yeah. Ooh, well, yeah, yeah. All right. Ooh, oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, let me love you all night long. Let me love you all night long, child. Let me rock you all night long.
Yo, yeah, man, son of man. DJ Swaggy. DJ Swaggy.
All night long, child. Know the way I feel about you, yes. And the way I go on just for you. Know the tune I play about you, yes. And how time passes by when I see you. Now you know, child. Let me love you all night long. Yeah, walk with Jah when the
crown you. Only King Selassie I all around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Always. When the heathen rage, where you run to? When the Babylon stress, where you run to? When they down pressure, where you run to? Where you run to? Tell me where you run to. When they come to crucify, where you run to? When they come to bring you down, where you run to? When they come for blood, where you run to? Jah I run to, Jah I will run to. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Always. Yeah. Walk with Jah when the enemy surround you. Anywhere we go, Rastafari be around you. Walk with Jah, make the angel them come crown you. Only King Selassie I Jah all around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Always. Seduce the people are so easily. I bust the wall if not the veil to see. Well, they could never pull one over me. What is to be, it must surely be. Well, Babylon could never get to me. I am the master of my destiny, ruling my kingdom for the world to see. I rule my heart indefinitely. Only Jah around you, yeah. Only Jah around you, yeah. Only Jah around you, yeah. Always, yeah. Walk with Jah when the enemy surround you. Anywhere we go, Rastafari be around you. Walk with Jah, make the angel them come crown you. Only King Selassie I Jah all around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Only Jah around you. Yeah. Always. Rastaman the truth seeker. Selassie I the truth keeper. Babylon is replica. Selassie I the truth keeper. Rastaman the earth keeper. The woman is the child bearer. Woe unto the false leaders. Selassie I the great teacher. Only Jah around you, yeah. Love around you, yeah. Only Jah around you, yeah. Onward, onward. Peace around you, yeah. Calm around you, yeah. Always, yeah.
I am the keeper of the gate, a seer of the way, a seeker of the fullness in the future of the clay. These hands are rough and the purpose to create, from a mind unconfined that is designed to calculate, intuiting of the essence, awareness of the presence of the whole beyond each individual part. Master of the mind space, mason of the landscape, with intelligence she access from the heart. A spiritual woman is the greatest threat to the status quo. The fruit she will bear, the power she has access to. The world and all perception are simply too subjective. They cannot quench the yearning for the truth. The evidence magnetic, the source is alchemic, and this knowledge must be given to the youth. So what seems to be a sacrifice to those outside the temple as they fail to overstand the path she choose is what she willingly releases as she actively connecting with the forces that she learning how to use. A spiritual woman is the greatest threat to the status quo. She will bear the power she has access to.
Observe the 4 legs on the X chromosome, the 3 legs on the Y. The 7 is the completion, nevertheless, never the Y. 2 plus 2, 2 times 2 is the same in the eye. The mitochondria squarely proves how much of the blueprint she provide. The fullness of joy in a sober overflow. Suffer say refuse in a reverse if you know. Strive say efforts in reverse also too.
A spiritual woman is the greatest threat to the status quo. The fruit she'll bear, the power she has access to. Them tell you, you mustn't talk to yourself and keep away from selfishness. Eve brings sin to the world, so now we're punishing everyone born as a girl. This is the state of now. The minds are trained and trapped in. So make we break it down from the root of the square of the source that we tapped into. Is more than just a number. It is the first evolution of life. But one is the truth of the matter, the latter is the fruit of the movement of sign. Yes, sign, S-I-N, the mathematical manifestation of life spiraling. And the self-individual mind is what expansion of consciousness will help one to find. And womb is a function of man. We are not separate, all emanating from the same divine plan. So persecution of the feminine is the reason for the state the world is in. A spiritual woman is the greatest threat to the status quo. The fruit she'll bear, the power she has access to. Status quo. The fruit she will bear, the power she has access to. A spiritual woman is the greatest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salam. Welcome into our story. Welcome in. I'm glad to have everybody. And we're going to have a wonderful night. Tonight it is the 9th, and we are talking about ancient technology, talking about Kush, cuneiform, and meta nature to the divine world of darkness and matter. So with this, we're going to have a wonderful evening with Minister Ross Lazarus taking us through this rabbit hole to get through these stars, to get to this wonderful rising. And with this, Minister, we can start the national anthem. Gratitude.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to a hive swiftly gather. the sky, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more be underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our Negus Knight, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Lucia Salah, welcome in to our story. Welcome once again. Chaplain, are you able to come on in? While we're waiting for the chaplain to come on in, just a little reminder, just look out for us. Every Thursday will be every Thursday night, and we will be learning. We will be expanding our minds. We'll be expanding our consciousness. We'll be getting into the depths of the mind, the depths of international law, and these different things. So tune in, stay in, and learn, grow, and build thyself from within. Yes, I shall.
Nukusa salam, lekumu, Malcolm Nagatu, Abakudus, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, Tiamgir, Ethiopia. Give thanks, one and all, for this blessed day. Besame Ab, World, Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Abakudus, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibia, Bahama Ab, World, Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Abakudus Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Beruta, Ab, World, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abakudus Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, exhibit. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, we do hereby ordain and gather and establish this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated to His Imperial Majesty, Abacadus Kidamari, Adi Selassie Siam Exhibit, as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Safari Imperial Army, in accordance with 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. So we give thanks that the King established us as part of his Imperial Mahel Safari Army as an auxiliary force who know how to use modern weapons and safeguards Ethiopian divine heritage according to the 1931 Constitution. For we are love, we are life, we are light, we are liberation. Ngusa salam. Selah. Selah. Lift and share.
Yes, Chaplain. Gratitude and thanks, gratitude and thanks. And welcome again to our story. And we are looking forward to a wonderful evening, looking forward to some in-depth knowledge, dealing with language, dealing with the ability to create, dealing with the depths of our minds, the depths of our psychology, and just the most simple things to the most grand things with just one thing, love. So with this, we have our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rush Lazarus, will come on in this evening and get us on this journey. Ngusa Salam, welcome to our story.
Nadu Salam. Yes, sir. Um, this is going to be a very interesting topic, and we're going to keep the floor open as we endeavor into this. There are many elements that we're going to explore in this. But one of the main components, what we're going to start at today, is, there's a terminology that is being used today. And I would like to point to, those that are joining us, that Ethiopia, the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, the truth of the history that goes with that, the propaganda of the world to dismantle people from seeing and understanding that is very important for us to really catch a hold of, because this propaganda, it comes back in many different forms. And so today we watch the propaganda and the trend of people saying the Tartarian, and they're finding these ancient temples, buildings, so forth, and they refer it to the Tartarians, and it becomes another form of what we would be able to say a cloaking of the truth of the Ethiopian history. This this has to be uh, 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 it's a highly developed program because it's being marketed at a very high level. So it's not just as we would say, it's not just a fad or a trend in those aspects. It's a marketed propaganda, and it takes off, and so it starts to cover up the next aspect of history that was coming forth to the people. Um, you know, if you pay attention, it derails our thoughts from a solidarity point. And you have to think, if all of a sudden, instead of us going to our roots, our vines, and our fig tree, and we start following a trendy statement, this trendy statement doesn't take us to a position of a strategical, solidified power. Um, this reality is like we have to be very careful of these things. We have to be very mindful of how these things pop up, and you know what is the agenda that is before us, so I'm going to start our night as we always do, and I just wanted to kind of build on that. I dragged it out, kind of saying it, but we have to be very mindful when things are being projected to us continuously online, and then we have to think, what are they leading us away from? Because it's a propaganda. So we know things that are really highly important. Let's say, like, people went to all of the propaganda about Asanta Shakur, but no one spoke on the fact that she had a hung jury 9 times before they were able to convict her. So propaganda facts are pushed online. Um, and we have to pay attention to those things. So, first we'll start with this from His Majesty, and then we'll go into what this is really saying, what I'm really getting to. This is His Majesty in Egypt with Sadat. Um, I really want you to in Egypt with Sadat. I don't know if many of you know the history of Sadat. Um, uh, but you know, the connection of Ethiopia and Egypt is undermined by the society. Uh, Pretty much everyone on here knows the story of Osiris, and that he left from Ethiopia and went out creating civilization, creating colonies. Egypt, Kemet was one, India, and so forth. And so this component of history is very important for us. But we're going to move right along, and we're going to go into um, our hold on, our main topic today is everyone is saying these Tartarian periods, and they are missing that they're speaking about ancient Kushite, Ethiopian, ancient Kemetic Ethiopian time periods. They're speaking about that legacy and the words and how they have used it to stretch kind of a Greek epic into these times is to countermeasure really not stating Ethiopia. But yet they can't hide Ethiopia because they have no story without it. So here you have the story of what is called Zeus and Tartarus, which is connected through the conflict and imprisonment. Zeus imprisoned the defeated Titans in Tartarus. So after winning the Titan Nomachi War and later defeated the monstrous Typhonius or the Typhons, a child of Tartarus and Gaia, and imprisoned him there as well. Tartarus is both the primordial deity of the pit and the pit itself. So when we say this Tartarian society or buildings, we're speaking about a prison world, a pit. Zeus used to imprison the Titans. Now, this could go where we could go in La La Land, or we could take the science that our brother Cypher has been giving us on the builds every Thursday night about astrology and about time periods and the wars in the heavens. And we can look at our ancient Kemetic knowledge and we can learn to decipher the primordial waters of chaos, chaos and balance. It's a real important science. So then when we start to look at how the met the mythology of Greek mythology is written and the characters are worded, they're worded around a, a visible netaru, a visible force in nature. And that means a kingdom or a people at that time. They operated as that was the netaru of that period or that of that village or of that people or of, and it's many different constructs, but as we go through it, we'll be able to start to understand and see. Now, this Titan war with Zeus, is it an original or is it something that is a continuous cycle? What does it mean and what are they saying? Because somehow now, let's just say, if we say word sound power, what of the people of the world, based on the propaganda of using this term, now summoning? What are they summoning? What are they, what are they mentally frequency and placing? What is what is the computer generated animations now and them using that psychologically? What is it doing? What does it reflect? You know, is it a curse of the ancient that they're now being placed back into the matrix, the womb, the pit? What is going on? And so when we do our studies and we look at these things, it's important that we follow it in a way of not just looking for a controversial topic, but we're studying for the science of protecting and strategically moving our people into awareness um, and from being manipulated or used in any kind of manner. So Zeus and Tartarus, the Tartarian, and all of these constructs, what is it actually a frequency of? So let's go a little further with this, uh, just to see if the what happens with Zeus and the Titans. What does this mean? Because we also have um, what they would call so in the Roman and Greek mythology, Saturn is the father of Jupiter. But Jupiter eventually overthrows him, fearing a prophecy that his children would depose him. Saturn devours them, but his wife Rhea hid the youngest, Jupiter. Once grown, Jupiter tricked Saturn into vomiting up the siblings, and together they wage war against their father. And the other Titans ultimately banished them and allowing Jupiter to become the king. Okay, so this is why they give Zeus Jupiter a month, right? But this is also Cronus was a Greek titan and the father of Zeus, who feared a prophecy that would. So Cronus does the same thing, and then Zeus turns around and does the same thing. Um, what is this saying? What is this a metaphysical statement of? Is this an astrological statement? Is this astronomy? Because this is a repeated cycle. But now let's look at this. Cronus was the youngest of the Titans, offsprings of the primordial gods, Uranus, heaven, and Gaia, earth. So this is heaven and earth. Why is this important? Well, let's look at another statement, right? So that we have our minds in the cipher, because I want you to stay in the cipher. Heaven and earth. And Melchizedek, king and priest of the god El Elyon. El Elyon is the God of the heavens and the earth. So it's a statement that's continuous, but may be missed because of the simplicity of what's right there and the science. So heaven and earth, the skies. So then you get the next thing would be you get chaos and balance. So let's just do another thing. Let's ask the question. If we put chaos and balance, would the heaven or the earth be chaos? Or would the heaven or the earth be balance? I open the floor because I want your minds to think as we go into this dialogue, because I don't want you to just see the controversial things and just the history, but I want you to catch the science with us. So, would the heavens or the earth be balance or chaos? The floor is open. Somebody give your opinion. Somebody speak. Floor is open. Which one do you think is chaos? Which one would you say is balance? The heavens or the earth? Floor is open. Let's see where the metaphysical minds are at. And when you say which one is which, give your reason, your reasoning, why you see it in that way. Just a little quick reasoning. Floor is open. Talk back to me.
Yes, family, through the chair.
Hi there. Yeah.
Yeah, Nagusa Salam. Yes, Russ, with the balance and um, they are both integral parts of the balance, because the balance is the horizon, which in ancient world they called the duet. So the balance is what balances the heaven and the earth is the water, because the earth is made up of majority water. So with the balance of the earth, the water, as you know, if you have a bowl of water and then you chip the water to one side, that it becomes unbalanced, and it can become unbalanced if you go too far, and it will spill over. It would spill over. So what this all is all talking about is the balance of the earth, the balance of the waters of the earth. Now, depending on whether if we talk in terms of positive and negative, if we call the heaven, which is say the above, positive, and we call the below negative, then the balance is going through the center of it. You know, the center would be the center of the earth would be the balance, which is the equator, which in the ancients called the duet. Now, if you're looking, so that is positive and negative. But if you're looking from the earth, you would reverse the polarity. So what is positive becomes negative, and what is negative becomes positive. because it's a vibration and it's an oscillation. It's a transfer. That's how electricity works. The oscillating between positive and negative creates a force field. So that is what is really is going on in the heavens. So it's being able to describe the transfer and the reverse polarity of the Earth and the perspective of where we're looking. Whatever we're looking at is the perspective. So if you're looking at the heaven, which is the macro, and we're looking at the Earth, which is the micro, but they are the word is what they are is orders of magnitude. That's how it is transferred out through orders of magnitude, which is the word. There's a word to describe it, which is the word to describe it is oh, the word I use all the time. I just can't think of it. It's the word is ah, I'll come back to the word, but if you can get what I'm saying, so all of these stories which we are reading about the Greeks and the whether it's Greeks or Babylonian or Egyptian legend to encase that science, that is what it is. That is what it is describing. So the battle over the polarity is a natural phenomena. It's not really a battle. We describe it as battle because that's human, or that is how it has been interpreted. But then there's the Prince of Peace, where it could happen peacefully. It doesn't have to happen through war. It's actually just a scientific phenomenon. Yeah. So, but the word I'm trying to think of is exponential. Yeah, that's the word I was trying to think of. Exponential. So as I say, like one is an exponent of a million. One is an exponent of 100 or 10, 100, an order of magnitude. So if you're in the heavens, it's macro, which is up in the higher values, and then it comes to Earth and it comes down into the lower values, which then turns perfectly down into minutes time. Exponentially, it comes from like a million years will actually eventually and exponentially.
Let me give a little help to the others. And I want to take it into a deeper metaphysical thing, because as above, so below, as within, so without. So, when you're born or when you come into this existence, you receive what is called the breath of life. And that is the cosmic electrification, and it's a communication of life to you from the creative force. And you communicate through your breath. That's why breath work was so big in meditation, and that the breath is the science of your being. That's why if you're in fight or flight, your breathing is thrown off. You understand? So your breathing is a communication. So let's say you have a thought in the heavens of your being that produces a certain breath out of you. Your breath is that which releases the ion. The ions from your being are released back into the atmosphere, into the ionosphere, based on their charge. And that's what the universe reads to deal with the ionospheric balance based on what's going on Earth, because we affect it. And so when we affect it greatly, we could cause it to fall. And then this becomes like a magnetical rock in the sky, just floating around. Let's just say that. So it's going to attract more rocks, because the message is not destruction. The message is to bring balance. There must be a new creation. And that's what we're demanding based on our disbalance. The universe has to find a way to bring us in balance. So it's chaos It's destructive, but it's a beauty of an eternal science of life that respects no person, but it is an eternal existence that has been doing itself over and over again. And right now, we're back at a predicament that we've lived in before, where we're actually affecting that. And the earth is going through a polarity shift is in the earth is going through a polarity shift, and the sun is going through a polarity shift. Most of us do not get that message. So let's think in the ancient times how they would have written the sun going through a polarity shift and the earth going through a polarity shift and the ionosphere going through a disbalance, which is causing meteorite showers to hit and the oceans and everything. So as we speak on this, there is a micro and macrocosmic force that we're talking about. We're talking about the storms that rage within our beings, that start within and come without, and become living realities in the physical world. So our consciousness and our understanding of the science and the cosmos is very important because it keeps us in the consciousness of balance. Now, because I hit that, hold on, I'm not gonna take over. Anybody else? Chaos and balance. The heavens, the earth, Gaia, yes, and what they would say Cronus or Uranus, Father Time, Mother Nature. Um, who is balance? Who is chaos?
Yes, sir. I would say, um, I think the way that the two natures interact will give us the balance. Not them on their own, but the mechanism of them working in unison, the higher and the lower, yin and the yang, the head and the tail, instead of just me one-sided or off balance. Yes, sir.
So I get what you're referencing is their balance together as life, but
Yes.
which is the earth or the heavens in a storytelling, in understanding our ancestral, the metaphysical science as we look into this. What, which one would represent chaos or balance?
I would say it's multi-dimensional, but I would say from a standpoint of the earth, um, I would say some would see the heavens as balance, and the heaven points down the stars to guide us, as we see our people with the star knowledge, and then the earth would be the chaos, um, because of how things are on this realm. And then I've heard some people with the scientific mind
Okay,
that
let's
space is.
let's do this. In the
Yes, sir.
storytelling of ancient mythology, just see
Mhm.
this because I want you to pay attention to this, right? And from your knowledge and from anyone on here, which comes first?
Oh, chaos.
Okay.
So that's the heavens.
Okay, now we on point. There we go. There we go. because I understand your interpretation, but the key here now is to be able to follow the story and understand the interpretation of our ancestors. And see, now how we view it is we view it in a negative. See, was chaos when they said that? Was that the view, or was there a science to what they were saying? What did they mean? And has the definition as chaos? Is that just something that's coming out to us? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that's the point for tonight. So yeah, yeah, we got into that good.
Okay,
So,
okay, okay. So if if the heavens is chaos and the earth is balance,
mm,
right? So the earth is a scale.
mhm,
See, because balance matters here.
mm. Yes, sir. Duality, yes, sir.
Right. Balance matters here.
Polarities, the
Right.
poles.
In chaos, it's consumed. It's it there. All see because I'm trying to explain it without going too technical in that. It would be like the no thing, meaning there could be not even balance. It consumes all.
Mm.
If
Yeah,
you get it, because that's
yes,
that's
sir, yes, sir.
calling it later on. They end up calling it the no thing. They call it the Ein Sof on the tree of life, right? So
Mm.
it becomes unnameable. So it's the unnameable. It's the that which is past that. So they call that chaos. Okay.
Mhm, mhm,
So now when we look at these stories, um, we have to say, okay, let's really try to get what they're saying from a science component. And I'm just leading up into it. And let's look here, because Zeus has a brother. What's Zeus' brother? Anybody know Zeus' brother? Y'all see Zeus' brother? Somebody want to read that? Can somebody read that?
Yes, Zeus, Zeus and Poseidon are brothers.
Poseidon.
Yeah, Poseidon. Yeah. So Poseidon is the water god. Zeus and Poseidon are brothers and sons of the Titans Cronus and Rhea. After overthrowing their father, they divided the world by drawing lots, with Zeus taking the sky, Poseidon the sea, and their brother Hades the underworld. While they were powerful rulers, their relationship was complex and often volatile, marked by both instances of cooperation and conflict, such as Poseidon's attempt to overthrow Zeus. Their shared history, family, Zeus and Poseidon are brothers, with Poseidon being the fourth child and Zeus the sixth, born to Cronus and Rhea. Overthrowing Cronus, they, along with the Hades, united to overthrow their father, the Titan king, a significant event that established the Olympian gods. Division of the world. After defeating the Titans, the three brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus became king of the gods, Poseidon became lord of the sea, and Hades received the underworld. Their relationship dynamics. Power and jealousy. Zeus ruled as the king of the gods, a position that Poseidon despised despite his power, often resented and was jealous of. Sibling rivalry. Their relationship was not always harmonious and could be described as a sibling rivalry characterized by both cooperation and conflict. Mutual aid. Despite their differences, they would also come to each other's aid if an outside force threatened them or attacked the world. Poseidon's Poseidon's rebellion. At one point, Poseidon even attempted to overthrow Zeus, but was ultimately punished for his actions. Shared traits. Both Zeus and Poseidon were depicted with similar attributes, including quick tempers, the ability to conjure storms, and many children from various affairs which may have stemmed from their original, nearly identical godly positions.
Okay. So here you have is these two dynamic forces, right? And they're gods, according to Greek mythology. According to Greek mythology, they're gods. Okay. And go. And all of a sudden, here is the center of all of the stories coming into what they call the Trojan War. Now, the key is we're going to get an identification under this through the Amduat. We're gonna look at some things that come before this, and then we're gonna analyze it through the Amduat. But here is Memnon, and Memnon was a legendary king of Ethiopia and a warrior in Greek mythology who fought for Troy during the Trojan War. Now, in Dr. Ben, Black Man of the Nile, and what's the other book Dr. Ben has? Dr. Ben talks about Troy was an Ethiopian city as well. So when we start to look at what they're saying at a certain ancient period, we're going to kind of get something here. So here you have this Ethiopian king, and he's where they say in some stories he's slain by Achilles, other stories they say he kills Achilles. He gets killed. Now he was the son of Eos, the goddess of the dawn. So he's the son of a goddess, but he's the Ethiopian king, right? And now we follow the story. Son of Eos and Tithonius. And his death was mourned by his mother, who was said to have been granted immortality. The name Memnon is also associated with the colossal statues of Amenhotep III. Now, let's take a little step into our regular study to see how we have touched on this before, but we came to it in a different maximum. So I'm going to ask who was reading for us. If you can read here at the Cushites, and you can just read on down to the Elamites.
I'll go ahead this time.
Go ahead.
The Cushites were also called Ethiopians. The term Ethiopian comes from two Greek terms, ethos, burnt, and up, face. As a result, Ethiopian means the burnt face, says Winters 2005. Herodotus and Homer describe these Ethiopians as the most just of men, the favorites of the gods. Hansberry, 1981. The classical literature makes it clear that The region from Egypt to India was called by the name Ethiopia. Hansberry, 1981, provides a great discussion of the evidence of African Kushites ruling in Asia and Africa. Some ancient scholars noted that the first rulers of Elam were of Kushite origin. According to Strabo, the first Elamite colony at Susa was founded by Titus, a king of Cush. Strabo, in book 15, chapter 3, 3728, wrote that in fact it is claimed that Susa was founded by Titus, Memnon's father, and his citadel bore the name Menem Memnonium. All right. The
Susanians.
The Susanians are also called the Scythians. Aeschylus calls Memnon's mother Scythia. The Elamite language is closely related to Dravidian and Niger-Congo languages.
Okay.
There's a
hold up right there. Now, look at these words for Memnon's mother. You see his father, right? And this is a Cush. And so now we're going to go on right on back to this Greek mythology. And Memnon was a legendary king of Ethiopia. Cush, Ethiopia, go together. And a warrior in Greek mythology. He was the son of Eos, god of the dawn. So this is a titleage placed on her. This is a titleage, but the titleage is now encoded in the Greek goddess name. We're going to get that. And then you see the name Tithonius, and his death was mourned by his mother, who was said to have been granted immortality for him. The name Memnon is also associated with Amenhotep III, the Colossus. That's the 18th dynasty. So we look at this history and we have to pay attention to this. Now we're going to go one more step further. Well, hold on. I got it pulled up so I can just go right here. So we get another construct where we get with Zeus, brother. So you got Zeus, you have his brother. And then you remember you got Hades, which represents the underworld. And then you remember the Tartarians or the Tartans. Okay. So Belus was a figure in Greek mythology and not an Egyptian one, who was depicted as a king of Egypt. Wow. So we're going to get further. He's a king of Egypt and Libya, father of the twins, Egyptus and Danus. He was the son of the Greek god Poseidon and the nymph Libya. and brother to Angono. The name Belus is a Greek rendering of the Semitic word Baal or Bel, meaning Lord. Now, we know that Baal is the Canaanite word. So it's not really what we have been led to through biblical teachings to understand the terminology of Baal and what it meant. So now we're getting that these are titles and titleage. But the thing about this with the Greek mythology is they place the titleage or the neteru or the God aspect with them. Now, I'm going to go a little further in this. Now, Belus was the son of Poseidon in Libya. He may also be Bucerius. Now, many of you, if you've read Book of Coming Forth by Day or the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Bucerius is a name that you will be able to source out to figure out the importance of that. A son of Libya, ruler of Egypt, you know. So the temples in Bucerius was important. They say he was killed by not Hercules, but Heracles. Although Heracles was born many generations after Belus, since he was a great grandchild of Perseus. Now, what's important about Perseus is that many of you know Perseus from the story of Andromeda. And then when we find out Andromeda is an Ethiopian princess, but Andromeda is what, Ross Cipher? What is Andromeda?
She's a star constellation, Bridget.
Okay. So now we're getting into certain things that are cross-referencing and they're crossing the stories. So we have to see how they're crossing the stories. So now it goes to Perseus, and then you go to Apollodorus also claims that Agnor, and we're going to see what Agnor is. Agnor was Belus' twin brother. Belus ruled in Egypt, and Agnor ruled in Scythia and Tyre, which is the Phoenicians. That's the Canaanites. Well, Melchizedek, king of Salem, king of the high priest of Salem. Salem is in the Canaanite land, which would then become the Phoenicians or Canaanites, Phoenicians, all of that is the same people. So the wife of Belus was named Achoro, the daughter of the river god Nilus. So let's look at this. So this river god Nilus, who is this? What do they mean? In Greek mythology, Nilus is one of the 3,000 river gods who represent the gods of the Nile River itself. Nilus is the son of the water gods, Oceanus and Typhonus. The Nile River god, Nilus. And you say, well, darn, Greeks, why y'all ain't in Greece? Why your thing going into the Nile River? So we go a step back to Belus. We're going to learn a little bit more because this is how this history is crossing. So Belus ruled in Egypt and Agnor ruled in Scythia and Tyre, the Phoenicians. And the wife, Bellis, was named Achor, the daughter of the river god Nellis. Her sons, Egyptus and Danos. Let's go do Egyptus first. In Greek mythology, Egyptus was a legendary king of ancient Egypt. He was a descendant of the princess Lo through his father Belus, and the river god Nilus as both the father of Achor, his mother, and as a great great grandfather on his father's side. So now, remember that they are stressing in every step here a Cushite lineage. They're not in Greece. They're in Africa. But they say Greek mythology, but they're in Africa. So now we have to really pay attention to what they did in assimilating their Greek mythology. So Egyptus was the son of King of Belus of Egypt, Ourstory, and Naid, the daughter of the Nile, or Nilus, or of Syria. See, so that they said a Nile there. He was the twin brother of Danus, king of Libya, while Euphrates had two other, Cephas, king of Ethiopia, and Phineas, betrothed of Andromeda. He may be the same or different from Aegyptus, who's called the son of Zeus, and Thebe. Aegyptus fathered 50 sons by different women, 6 of whom by a woman of royal blood called Agriphia, 10 by an Arabian woman, 7 by a Phoenician woman, 3 by Tyria, 12 by Naid Khalidin, 6 by Gorgo, and lastly another 6 by Hephaestion, according to Hispophat. Aegyptus had these progenitors by single women called Euros, daughters of Nilus, daughters of the Nile. In some accounts, Aegyptus consorted with the Said, while Danus married Malia. These 2 women were daughters of their uncle Anganor, king of Tyre, and of the possible sister Damno, who was described as a daughter of Belis. So now we're looking at Aegyptus, and let's look at the mythology, because we're following again a Cushite Ethiopian story. Aegyptus ruled Arabia and conquered nearby countries ruled by people called the Malapodes. The Malapodes called it by his name, Egypt. Aegyptus fathered 50 sons who were all but one murdered by 49 of the 50 daughters of Aegyptus. Of Aegyptus' twin brother, Danus. The epony of the Danites, a scolum on the line of the Euripides of Hercules, reverses these origins, placing the twin brothers at first in Argolis, and whence Aegyptus was expelled and fled to the land that was named after him. In a more common version, Egyptians commanded that his 50 sons married the 50 Danites, and then Danus with his daughters fled to Argoris and ruled by Pelagus, or by Gelenor, and who Danus replaced when Egyptus and his sons arrived to take the Danites, or the Danus, and the Danus relinquished them to spare Argives. Now, let's go into this here. Before the establishment of democracy, the ancient Greek city of Argos was ruled by kings, most of them of probably mythical or only semi-historical. This list is based on the largely given Eusebius of Caesarea and on an alternate version supplied by the Tatians of the original 17 consecutive kings of Argos, including Apis and Argoas between Argos and they called it the Inchad dynasty and the Danad dynasties. So they say Danos, son of Belus, mythical king of Egypt. Danos had 50 daughters in the Danide. Lycaeus, son of Aegyptus, killed Danos and married Danos' daughters, Hyptomystra, creating the Abatian. Okay, so let's go into this. Which one should I hit first? Let's go into this. All right, was a historian of Christian the Christian polemist from the Roman province of Syria, Palestina. In about 314, he became the bishop of Caceres Martima. I just wanted to get to his writings, works. Of the extensive literature active in Eusebius, a relatively large portion has been preserved, although posterity suspected him of Arianism. Eusebius had made himself indispensable by his method of authorship, his comprehensive and careful excerpts from original sources saved his successors the painstaking labor of original research. Hence, much has been preserved, quoted by Eusebius, which otherwise would have been lost. The literary production of Eusebius reflects on the whole course of his life. At first, he occupied himself with works on biblical criticism under the influence of Pamphilus and probably of Dorothius of Tyre, of the school of Antioch. Afterwards, the persecution under the Diocletians and the Galerius directed his attentions to the martyrs. So I want to get to his writing on the text. All right. So this is good fun. So we'll catch this in a minute. I was going to some, but this is going to be where we get the point of this, really. Writings after Constantine had died, Eusebius claimed that the emperor himself had recounted to him sometime between the death of his father, the Augustus and Constantius, and his final battle against his rival Maxentius. As Augustus in the west, Constantine experienced a vision in which he and his soldiers beheld the Christian symbol, a cross-shaped trophy, formed from light above the sun at midday. Attached to the symbol was the phrase, "By this conquer," a phrase often rendered in Latin, in hoc signo vince. In a dream that night, the Christ of God appeared to him with the sign which he had appeared in the sky and urged him to make himself a copy of the sign which appeared in the sky and used the protection against the attacks of the enemy. Eusebius related this happening on a campaign, and he and Constantine were conducting somewhere. It is unclear from Eusebius' description whether the shields were marked with a Christian cross or with the chiro or the stratum or another similar symbol. So this is in AD 315, Eusebius, these writings, and we're going back towards the point of that. This is a list based on the largely given by Eusebius of Caceres, and it includes Appius. So they go back to the nymph, and I gotta go to where the nymph is. Sometimes spelled nymph, a minor female nature deity in ancient Greek for the distinct from other Greek goddesses. Nymphs are generally regarded as a personification of nature. They are typically tied to a specific place, landform, or tree, are usually depicted as maidens. Because of their association with springs, they were often seen as having healing properties and other divine powers of the nymphs include divination, shape shifting. In spite of their divine nature, they were not immortal. So they go through a little statement of it, but when they get in it, they go into the nymphs and how they're divided here. The nymphs are divided in various broad subgroups based on habitats, such as mela ash tree nymphs, drywood oak trees, isolate grove nymphs, naiad spring nymphs, nereid sea nymphs, ocean nymphs, and orids mountain nymphs. Other nymphs include the Hesperids, evening nymphs, and hyads, rain nymphs, and Pleiades, and companions of Artemis. So now the story takes a whole nother element and not just astrological, but now they're going in elemental forces. But this is, well, I mean, don't get ahead of myself. Let's go one more step further. So when you think of Zeus, because we were hitting these stories and it went between Zeus and Poseidon, and these are two brothers, and then they go into another polarity of brothers or twins, and we know the Osiris and Set story is Heru and Set and Osiris. I'm sorry, and so we have to look at what's going on. So the numerous titles in which go with Zeus's name is very important here. So I want you to look at them, but we're gonna pick a few to go key in on. And how many of you knew that Zeus' name was attributed with so many different attributes? See, so when they tell you that in the ancient worlds, this was this and people did this, we have to really look at what we're saying. And we're going to get to that. Now, I want you to pay attention to this word here. What does it say Ethiop means or Ethiopia means?
I haven't seen it there, but it said it's the black faces. I don't know what it's saying here, but oh yeah, meaning the glowing or the black.
So what happens is, everyone says it, but it was a glowing. Remember the Ethiop story of the Dejan Shua calls it the gold, and it's the shining. It's another whole essence in which they uh, don't. So Zeus is also associated with this name, Ethiopia. Now let's go a little further with another name because this is important. Zeus is also associated with what?
Velos.
What's this say right here?
Basilius.
Okay. Now we're trying to get you to track this with us. Now we show you the Basilius, but I also want to show you the other name. That's another. All of these names, they're gonna come back to you in many other different forms, but remember, Platonius Philadelphus took on this name of Soter, or Sota, and Savior. So, you know, many times we look at the character in a way that how we've been taught the Bible. Like, oh, that's God Almighty. And we're not in the ancient mindsets with understanding the many attributes and how they correlate with the cultures and societies of the people. So they don't never dominate the people. Um, it becomes the well, they incorporate the titleage of the people with that force. So they name the force in that time, really, in a sense. But it's still holding um the same I guess you would say customary or position in a sense. So it's not evasive to those when it's first happening. And that's a key that we really have to see in this. Okay, so well let's just go. Oh, I had it open. I think I just opened it. I just thought I could have found it in there. Now, let's educate ourselves on something first so that we can now kind of go back to what we were touching on and we're going to get a clearer understanding on some things. How many of you ever read the Amduat? Anyone? I know Ross Cypher has because he speaks on it. Okay, okay. So we're gonna go through this. It's important. It's not a long. It's 12 hour, uh, based on 12 little paragraphs. But I'm gonna ask us someone read 6 and somebody else read 6, if y'all can help us out. But I want you to take your time and I want you to pay attention to the language and what's being said. Anyone open to reading?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
The hours. Hour 1. The sun god enters from the western horizon, Akhet, which is a transition between day and night. Just below the image of Ra in his solar bark is the alternate depiction of the sun god as a scarab in a smaller bark. This is the god who Kepri, who Ra turns into once the this is the god Kepri, who Ra turns into once the sun rises once more and is likely depicted in hour 1 as the sun begins to set for the night. The upper and lower registers contain a labeled list of common and or important creatures and beings found within the underworld. 2 depictions of the goddess Ma'at are present, leading Ra's bark, possibly showing how her order is still present even in the chaos of the underworld. Hour 2. This is when Ra.
Yeah, hold up right there. Hold up right there. Okay, Ma'at. Ma'at. Balance. 2 depictions of the goddess Ma'at are present, leading Ra's his boat, possibly showing how her order is still present even in the chaos of the underworld. Balance, chaos. Remember that. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hour 2. This is when Ra officially enters the underworld on his bark along with 4 other boats beside him, leaving the transition between life and death or between day and night. This region of the underworld is categorized by its presentation of the primeval waters of Nun as a body of water called wellness. Ma'at is once more depicted, though now only as a symbol of a curved feather on one of the boats and is supported by an unnamed being. This hour stresses fertility, represented both by the waters of Nun and the unnamed gods of the lower register, who are all associated with images of agriculture and farming. Hour 3. In this region, the waters of Nun are now transformed into the waters of Osiris, and is marked by Osiris being visually represented on the lower register. Ancient Egyptians believed that the Nile was sourced from the underworld, and so Osiris's inclusion at this point of the journey makes sense when considering he is the god of the afterlife, as well as fertility and agriculture. There are still 4 boats, just as there were in the second hour, but there is no clear depiction of the god Ra on any of them, with the text of the Amduat stating that Ra was split between them. Hour 4. Ra reaches Imhet, the barren desert, land of Sokard, the underworld hawk deity. At this point, the sun god has reached deep enough into the underworld and away from his own light that he cannot see, having to rely on his own voice as a way to guide himself and his crew out of the darkness. Without any water to traverse, the solar park turns into a double-headed, fire-breathing serpent as Ra's only means to traverse this pitch-black and sandy region. This hour is particularly notable for the visual break it takes from the other hours, in that it has a giant sand path, zigzag, through all 3 registers, uniting them all, but making it hard for Ra to traverse on account of the various doors in the way. The land of Sokar, this is hour 5. The land of Sokar continues into this hour, as does the serpent bark. This is the region of opposites, seen in the waters of Nun, uniting the desert lands of Sokar. Osiris's burial mound is seen on the top register, with Khepri crawling out, representing the eventual rebirth of Ra. That begins with recovering the body of Osiris. There is a narrow passageway that it has. Sorry, there is a narrow passageway that it is attempting to get through, resulting in all the friendly beings of this region, including the scarab representations of Khepri, helping to pull the boat. An oval representing the cavern of Sokar is present on the bottom register, with the god himself being contained by a lake of fire surrounding the cavern. Hour 6. This is when the most significant event in the underworld occurs. The body of the sun god, or possibly the body of Osiris, no longer mummy form, is seen with Khepri's scarab form, being protected by the serpent of Mehen, and he regenerates. The Mehen serpent at this point joins the journey, staying with him through the rest of the hours. Once again, Ra's solar bark travels the waters of Nun as regenerative power flows, helping to revitalize the Ba of Ra as it is reunited with his body in the form of Osiris. This renews the light of the sun in this hour, represented as a sun-disk crown appearing on Ra's head. Additionally, representations of the kings of Lower and Upper Egypt are found here, as the recently deceased king must face his predecessors before being reborn himself. Is somebody going to take over here?
Yeah, but we're going to hold up right there. Mahin. Let's look at Mahin. Saifu, when you look at this board game, what do you see?
A zodiac, a clock. And that looks like the planets as well, I would say, probably.
Yeah. Let's go one more. These are a construct of the ancient Ethiopian legacy that leads into what we would call today the Kebra Nagas and so forth. So, I'm trying to pull this up as part of the video. I'm trying to look it up.
Pretty, Russ?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I've got a picture that I would, it's very important. I mean, as you're talking about this, and even in the last segment when you was talking about the Greek mythology and the being the same as the Osiris, Assad, it's the Greek version of the Egyptian history. I've actually got a star map, which I would love to just show the item because it would really consolidate what the eye is explaining, about the different at the heavens and the earth and the above and the below. I would like to show it. If I'll just let you know that I would like to show it. Maybe when you find an appropriate point in your
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely. So I just wanted to get over here to the Ethiopian, what they call the Ethiopian mythology, and exhibit here. Bahir is the god of the land and the sea and is associated with agriculture, fertility. He is also identified with Medur, the earth mother. All of these names appear together in writings of Izana of Axum, in which the throne is dedicated to Astar, Bahir, and Medur. For the Axumite, these gods are compared to the Greeks. Astar was associated with Zeus, while Meharem was parallel with Ares, and Bahir was associated with Poseidon. So when we start looking at structures of the three, how the Greek mythology structured it out, it's not an original. If that helps us kind of line some of this up, it's not an original. For those that maybe this helps you see some of the elements that were before them and what's taking place, and then what do they do and how do they do it. So now let's see how this evolves into other lands. Mahir or Meharem was South Semitic god of the Axumites and the Himyarites. So now when you go to talking about the Himyarites, you're in Arabia. And there's a very key component in that in which many of the aspects of the language of the Canaanites, which we develop into what we call Hebrew and all of these other things. So Maharim, he was the son of the main god, Ashtar. And his counterpart was Bahir, and the god of sea. He was the deity of war comparable to Mars or Ares in Greek mythology, who's used both forms of the interpretation. The god Maher or Maharim held a place of special importance with the Axumites. The kings of pagans period were all called the sons of the invincible Maharim. Now, when we look at these attributes, and we can track it in Ethiopia, is that when the kings take their position or their titleage, they take the title of the god as their attribute. They take the title of the Neteru or the force that their throne is being installed through, which they would say through the power of this. Their throne is being installed in power through this divine force, or based on this cosmic, or my family comes from under this cosmic role of this priesthood or this. And so they would define that. So when we go into ancient times, which we would say Ethiopian times, let's just say the kings all would have bore some kind of titleage that would have put them with what would you say, a Zeus, a Poseidon, and if they were seafarers and they were holding that mantle, they would be recognized in that power of the great sea, or the chaos of the sea, the great monster of the sea, the great monsters of the sea. Let's go a little further. So we hit well, let me go back to him so I can line it back up for you, because I do want to make sure I make you get that, because it could take us off course. If I got Bellis open, I got him open. So I thought I had Bellis open. All right. So I'll do that, then I'll go to temple building for us to really get this. So now when we look at this story of Belus, was a son of Poseidon and Libya, and he may also be Bursurius. Let's look at this. In Greek mythology, Bursurius was shared by two figures, Bursurius, an Egyptian prince, as one of the sons of the king Egyptius. He suffered the same fate as other brothers, save Licinius when they were slain on their wedding by the Danaeus. Um, it's also a location in Egypt. I wanted to go, but they didn't give a reference to that here. But we want to get here as well. The Danos is very important because they call them the tribe of Danos. And the extension of that is very important, especially when you go to talking about Ireland, because these are the ones that went to Ireland, and then I think it's the Viscot or the Gauls came upon them, but they gave them another name in that time. from the lands that they came. And they were honored in the Ireland area as magical beings under the nymphs, under forces, Netarus, the magical ones, siblings, or the siblings. Um, but they were what you could say dethroned in the mythology. So let's look at Danus was the son of King of Belus of Egypt, and Naida Choria, and the daughter of the river god Nile, or Sidia, the Nipion. He was the twin brother of Egyptius, king of Egypt, which was Euprus, and as two others, Cepheus, king of Ethiopia. Now, when we go to Cepheus, it's going to be important that you see what Cepheus is directed. Before I go further into Danis, I'm going to show you Cepheus. Um, in the Greek mythology, Cepheus was king of Ethiopia and father of Andromeda, the princess who was saved by the hero Perseus. So I know that Ross Cipher wanted to show a star map, but now what are the ancient Ethiopians saying about their history if they're speaking in this? They're speaking in star language. Now, not to jump all the way past this, but for those that were on the, I think that was last week, not last week, the week before, and we did a closing video on the history of the Bible. And the brother broke down the Septuagint and the Pentateuch. And when they read it about it, it was a book on astrology, astronomy, star knowledge. And somehow it became a story. And so when we think or listen to these things, we're looking at this Greek mythology and we're looking at Ethiopian history, but yet it's star knowledge. Star knowledge. Now we got a little further to go into this, but Ross Cipher, would you like to come in now? Since this is King of Ethiopia, Cepheus, but it's a star king. Yes, sir. Floor is open for you, Ross Cipher. You wanted to show your star map and give a little open on some of that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, give thanks, Russ. Can I get a share, please?
Yes. I'm trying to stop sharing. Ross Kimmy, can you give him the power to share?
Yes, one more. All right, go ahead, Cypher. Try it now.
Yes, King, give thanks. Yeah. Can you see that, Russ?
It's still loading, but it's coming up.
Okay, you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give thanks. Yeah. Okay, so this now, family, is a star map of the heavens. But what I've done, if you can see, like the writing down here at the right-hand corner, that is actually the top of the, this should be where this star map, it should be swiveled, like where I've got my cursor should be up here. but I've turned it to put it in unison with the Shabaka stone. I'll come back to that. So that's page that's page 104, because the Shabaka stone, I'll show you the family. Let me just move this out of the way. The Shabaka stone is the Shabaka stone. I'll just show you this. You see, this is the Shabaka stone. Now you see the line. This is the center line going through the Shabaka stone. You see, and this is so. This is the wheel. This is the zodiac of the Shabaka stone. So what I've done, I've turned that star map, not perfectly, but as mostly as I could, to mimic this shape. So here is the duat here across the middle of the stars, the middle of here. This is the temple of Hathor in the middle here, or Isis, but it's the temple of Hathor. And this now is the going through here. You can see there's 3 lines going through there. That's the triple horizon. You know, when you hear about the double horizon and the triple horizon. This is so the double horizon is the top line and the bottom line, and the center line going through the middle makes it the triple horizon. So we go back to the star map now, and you'll see what how I've turned it to be roughly in. I've turned it to be roughly in the manner that the Shabaka stone is. So now, so here, this, you see, and I've drawn this line, these white lines through here, I've drawn them through, right? So this is basically the horizon as it was in there. Now, here at the horizon is Cancer, which is the scarab beetle, which Ras Lazarus just spoke to us about. And at the other side of the scarab beetle is Aquila. Well, that is the eagle. That is the bird. That represents the bird, the flying bird, the wings of the bird. So and as you can see, this white line is actually, you can see there's 2 points going through here. So what we've got like the sign of the Trinity, really. You know, I know that's extended, but we've got the sign of the Trinity, because where that comes in is if you see a scarab beetle, you will see on the back of a scarab beetle, between its plates, it's got 3 plates on it, and the 3 plates on the scarab beetle are in this shape. You know, you've got like 2 plates at the bottom and a plate at the top. So it's 3 plates. So this is the division. These are the dividing lines through the plates. That is how it is. That is how it is associated with the scarab beetle. And this is the bird. Now, this bird, if you see the image of the Enid, you know, the image of the Egyptian gods, you'll see that Geb has a bird on his head. Geb, the earth god, he has a bird on his head because he's the one. He's the king. That is the link between heaven and earth, right? So I'm just giving you a background. So here now we have where the cursor is down here. This is Aquarius. So all of these months down here, this is Aquarius. So this is January, and then it comes into February and March. So February and March is Pisces. So this is the equinox. This is the balance. So this is the balance of the equinoxes. This around this period here. But what I wanted to show you is the star constellations, what Ras Lazarus has been talking us about in Greek mythology, which is Andromeda. This is the Perseus square, or the square of Perseus. This is Perseus here. This is Cassiopeia, the Ethiopian queen. So this is here is the story here is going on the story of the Greek legend. But why I've put this line here, because we've got north and south, right? So above the line is north and below the line is south. Now, look at the shape of this. Look at the shape of this square of Perseus. You see there, and you see the handle. You see the handle going off it. Well, if he wasn't really clued up with the constellations, you might think that that is Ursa Major. You know, the bowl. It looks like the bowl, right? You know, when you see the saucepan in the sky, right? Here's the four things of the saucepan, and here's like the handle going off it, right? Or that could be the handle going off it, or that could be the hand. But in comparison with the Ursa Major, it's this one, right? So what we're seeing is a similar shape, very similar shape, even though this is quite bigger, of Ursa Major. Look, here it is, here. There's the bowl, the same bowl. You see the bowl here? And then there's the handle going down there, you see? So that looks like a mirror image. You see, that's mirrored over there. So this is what we're seeing. So this story, what we're seeing of the different stories are hemispherical. We're talking about the different hemisphere. But where these become relevant. So here's the Ethiopian story. Here's the Ethiopian king. The story, because the Ethiopian king now, Cephas, is going to come to take over this place here. Like we're heading towards this now, because what we've got here is Polaris. This star here, where you see my cursor, this is Polaris. This is the North Pole. This is the star that is positioned on the pole of the Earth now, but it's changing now because Cepheus is going to come into play, and he's going to be occupying this position. But this has been in this position for the last 2,000, well, 3,000, it's 2,000, 3,090 years it takes for this pole star change to occur. So this has been here for the last this has been here since 500 BC. And if you remember me saying when I speak that this pole star change is like when the Seleucids, the Persians, went and overtook Kemet, because they come at specific moments of astronomical occurrences. So they came at 500 BC roughly, and also Solomon's temple was supposedly destroyed in 586, 587, 586 BC. Right, so this is that period of time, around that period when these stars are here. But all of these stars, you see, like that shape is here. And then we've got, so here we've got Orion. This is Asar, right? So we've got Asar here. And also, before I go on to that, what we've got is we can see two circles here. There's the ecliptic circle and the elliptic, right? So the ecliptic is the path of the sun, and then the elliptic would be measured up here, like this gap. See, this is I can't really explain it here, but this gap here, like the elliptic should be up here. This should be the elliptic, even though that's the ecliptic. It's saying that's the ecliptic, because I've turned this. But what would really happen if this would turn, if this was showing the ecliptic. This space between the two cycles, this would be this would be up here, but it would be very minute, because this is really been pulled across the horizon. These two cycles have been pulled across the horizon. One is day, one is night, one is light, one is dark, one is positive, one is negative. This is the whole of the science of it. This is the whole of the science of what Ras Lazarus is.
So
telling us.
would that be Maharim, the positive, wrapped around Ra, and then he's protecting Ra from Apep, the negative?
Yes.
Yes.
But yes, that's exactly right. But what's happening? You see where you brought it back to the story of you brought it back to the scarab beetle, because here this here, this Casper and Pollux, right? This is the Set Sat-Horus. This is the Sat-Horus. This is where they're together, right? This is Sat-Horus. This is what they represent, these stars here, because what they are, they're just under, this is the age of Sat-Horus, which is Gemini. And then we come around here, and then we've got this, we're becoming to Osiris. And now we see the age of Osiris is positioned about here, right? But what we are seeing representing Osiris is the Orion constellation, you see. So if we go now, if we know that's the Orion constellation here, if we go across this, if we go straight across here, because we're looking at a zodiac, right? The 12 things, the 12 signs zodiac. So if we go straight across here, we must find Scorpio, right? So Scorpio will be over here. Scorpius, where is it? Scorpius will be right. There's Taurus. So Scorpio will be right over here. Be on the other side. It'll be on. I can't see because it's so small. Let me see if I can make it a bit bigger. Scorpius will be opposite. Right. Right there. See it there? Scorpius. Right. You now have made it bigger. You can see that Scorpius. So that's October, November. This is going in October and November. This is Scorpius. So we said that must be. How do we know that Scorpius? Because when we look at the zodiac, it will be opposite Taurus. Well, who is here at Taurus? Here, look, this is Orion. So this is where you see in the mythology Taurus being associated, or the house of Taurus being associated with Orion, because this is where Orion is set, because this is the equator. This line here, because what Osiris actually navigates is the equator. The time of this time of Osiris, it takes 40,000 years to get around the whole Earth. This is the longest cycle in the whole of the cycles together. But you see it, but the stories, what you're seeing is all like the Greek stories are there. Here's all the Greeks names. Look, Perseus, Cassiopeia, Andromeda, and the point is, and they keep talking about this Ethiopian king. So where does the Ethiopian king come in? Because what we've got now, where we've got Polaris, this is Ursa Minor. You've got Ursa Major. This is Ursa Major, this big one, and this is Ursa Minor, right? So here's this is a box as well. Well, the stars going through Ursa Minor are Kokeb. Like you see, like you can't. It's not very clear on here because of the sizing. But if you can just imagine this Ursa Major, this bowl of the Ursa Major, this has got a little bowl as well here, right? And the stars, this star here, This is Polaris. But this star here, this is the box, is the star of Ethiopia. It's called Kokeb, right? As you see, His Majesty, we call him the Kokeb. What do we, the Star King? Kokeb, Negus Kokeb. Or what's the other, in the northern hemisphere, they call him the Atsi, Kokeb Atsi, right? So he is represented, the Ethiopian king is represented as the Star King, because this is the star, and it is the star of the North Pole, which since 500 BC, this has been the Ethiopian king, the Star King. This is why this is why they were looking for the star, the three magi, the three magi associated with Orion, the Orion's belt. These three stars here, they were looking for this star. But the star they're looking for is Kokeb of, because it's taken position over the pole of the earth. And then it goes right into Leo. See, this is Atum. This is Atum. So here is the creation story of Ptah and his son Atum. See? So, but what way is this going? This is going clockwise, right? This is going this is going clockwise. This is going clockwise. And if we're going to look now from Ptah, so this is the cusp of Cancer. Just say this is the cusp of Cancer. Then it's coming into the house of the twins, which is the two sons. And so that gives us the story, the same story, which I would just like to read the item, please, if you don't mind, Ras Lazarus. Is that okay, Ras?
Yes, yes, sir. Good.
Okay. Why is my part stuck? Oh, yeah. Am I still connected? Oh dear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. It's all right. Yeah. So this story is the story of Geb, the Lord of the gods of the Egyptian. You see, don't forget we've got the Ras Lazarus has been reading to us the story of the Greeks, who are talking about the gods, because what they are talking about, why these Greeks are talking about the Ethiopians. This is the Ethiopian story, because this is what controls, this is the pole of the earth. This is the Shenu ring. This is where the seven times in 26,000 years that this pole star changes. So one star is in position for 3,090 years, and then another one is in position for 3,000. So this is the controller. This is the throne. This is what represents the throne. This is what represents the earth. But as I said before, when we were asking about the chaos, is it above or is it below? It depends on the perspective, because this is a mirror. It is mirrored. It becomes mirrored. It mirrors from the top to from above to below. But the story of Geb, as I said to you, he is the one with the bird on his head, which represents, the bird represents the African. This is African knowledge, by the way. This is the bird here. The aguila is the eagle. The eagle is the symbol of African kingship. This is the earliest depiction. The same as, it's the same as the ancient Egyptians used the hawk, the bird. What's the bird that flies up to the sun? That's the two wings that you'll see under the Sphinx of Egypt. That the two wings under the shadow of thy wings. This is what it actually represents. But it's Aquila, or it is the bird of the I can't remember the name. It's a hawk. What the Arab people, them kings, they use it
Falcon.
to falcon. Yes, the falcon. That's the bird I'm trying to think of. So This is what you see, but don't forget that is connected directly to creation. See, so this is what carries the spirit up. But if it is Geb who carries, if it is Geb who carries the symbol on his head, I just want to show the item this because it's very important. Geb is the only thing is I have to scroll this with a roller. Geb is the I've got the Enid here. Before I read this to you, I want to just read to you the Enid. I'm sorry I have to scroll through this with the roller. I can't pull it down with the no, I can't pull it down. I just want to show you this, just so it's because then it becomes very understandable, because what it's actually showing us is that the knowledge of the heavens comes from the earth. It's not coming from, it is coming, the intelligence is coming from the earth, but this shows you that it is man who is writing this stuff, not God writing this stuff. This is man, the actual, the image of the oh dear, where is it? The image of the Enid, the the Egyptian gods actually I'm sorry, it depicts, well, let me read this while I'm going through that. It says Geb, Lord of the God. Now Geb is the Lord of the earth, right? He's like his majesty. He says he commanded that the 9 gods gather to him. He judged between Horus and Seth. You know what we said in the just below the equator, just below Cancer sign is Horus and Seth, right? And he made Seth, so he gathered them. He judged between Horus and Seth. So what he's actually got to judge between is day and night, because this will show you. Because he made Seth king of Upper Egypt, which is the land of Upper Egypt, which is in the south. Look, oh no, that's not it. Which is in the south. He made Geb. He made Seth the king of Upper Egypt in the land of Upper Egypt, to the place where he was born. So Seth was born in Upper Egypt, which is the south, a place near Heracleopolis. And Geb made Horus king of Lower Egypt, which is the north, in the land of Lower Egypt, up to the place in which his father Osiris was drowned, which is the division of the 2 lands, which again, so that's taking us back to the horizon. So if we can get back to that picture of the stars. Sorry about this. I can't. You know, there should be a thing on the side of here that I can just run it up, but it's not showing because I'm sharing the screen. For some reason, it's not showing. But oh, let me get back to that picture. But so, yes, we're near it. Yeah. Okay. So now, let's go back to this again. It says that the Lord of the gods named Geb, he made Seth king of Upper Egypt, right? Which is down here. But here, look, you see, now don't forget, because we're mirroring. So the Upper Egypt is the upper heaven, the northern heaven, because he gave him this part. And then he gave Horus the north. So Horus is down here to do with Pisces, right? So he gave him the north. So we've mirrored it. You see, this is a mirror image, as above, so below. So Pisces, this is Horus, is down here, right? I hope you can get what I'm saying. You know, it's hard to, I don't know if you can think like
yes,
it.
sir. Yes, sir. We getting it. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you see, and Geb made Horus king of Lower Egypt. in the land of Lower Egypt, which is the north, right? Mirrored, don't forget. Now, so he says, into the place in the Lower Egypt, up to the place in the which his father Osiris was drowned, which is the division of the two lands. So his father Osiris was drowned somewhere around here, the division of the two lands. Well, what happens is the head of Osiris.
Please remember the division of the lands. Keep going. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the head of Osiris. So what happens is in January, what is that? This is Osiris is here, but in January he's kind of laying down here, and his head goes under the water, right? Because we're spinning. Don't forget we're upside down now. But if you can imagine, we turn this over now and turn it around. 100. We turn it 180 degrees. We rotate it 100 degrees and turn it over 180 degrees. And we would find that the head of Orion would be under the horizon. So this is where he's saying that he drowned. Well, that happens in January, which is this is January. This is Aquarius. This represents Menat. Menat is Aquarius. That is the ancient Egyptian name for the stars of this period, Menat. So this is what is happening here. So this is actually described. This story here is actually describing everything that happens. So it says, so Horus stood. Okay, so it was the division of the two lands. So Horus stood over one region and Seth stood over the other region. So Horus is over one region and Seth is over the other region. Right, but don't forget now. So what this actually proves us is, as this is turned upside down, is that the south, which is here, this is the south is a reflection of the heavens. So the gods who live up here in the north, which is the north in this image, actually are in the south, and the gods in the south are actually in the north, right? Because it's a mirror image. So the gods of the south is this battle. This is the battle over north and south. Which one of these gods is primary? Because as it goes on in here, it says here now, they made peace between, right, so it says here now, and Geb made Horus king of Lower Egypt in the land of our Lower Egypt, and up to the place which his father Osiris was drowned, which is the division of the two lands, as I just showed you. Thus Horus stood over one region, and Seth stood over one region. They made peace over the two lands, a place near Memphis. They've put a place near Memphis. Let's forget the geographical location. That was the division of the two lands. Geb's word to Seth, go to the place which you were born, Seth, Upper Egypt. So Seth was born in Upper Egypt, which is the lower part, right? Don't forget, it's a mirror. And he told Horus, he says, Seth, go to the place which you were born, Seth, Upper Egypt. Geb's word to Horus, go to the place which your father was drowned, Horus, Lower Egypt. Gef's words to Horus and Seth, I have separated you into Lower and Upper Egypt. He separated it. Then it seemed wrong to Geb that the portion of Horus was like the portion of Seth. So it seemed wrong to him that there was ma'at, there was a balance, right? So he gave to Horus Seth's inheritance. So he gave to Horus the knowledge of the south, Seth's inheritance, which is the knowledge of the heavens, because it's a mirror, right? And he says, so he gave Horus Seth's inheritance, for he is the son, Seth is the son of his firstborn. So that means Seth He's the son of the firstborn. Seth is primary. Geb to the nine gods. He's telling the nine gods, they have appointed Horus. He's appointed Horus the firstborn. Horus wasn't the firstborn, but he's appointed him firstborn. Geb's word to the nine gods. Him alone, Horus the inheritance. Geb's words with the nine gods. To this is my heir, my inheritance.
Yes.
Geb's words to the nine gods, to the son of my son Horus.
Yes. Yes. Hold right there. Hold right there. Ross Kimian, give me the ability to share back if I still have. Oh, I still have it. Hold up right there, Ross Cipher. We're gonna bring.
I'll stop my share and you'll get it immediately automatic.
Right, you're gonna come right back in a minute. Hold up,
Yeah,
right?
okay, yeah.
I just need to get us to this little point, and you're gonna come right back in. Hold up, hold up. Um, uh, let's. Well, hold on. I think I got it open. Let's do this first, right? Now this is the write up on the R1M1, the Kushite spread of haplogroup R1M173 from Africa to Asia. This is Baba Clyde Winters, our brother Baba Clyde Winters, very powerful brother. Go Google him. I mean, go to YouTube, listen to his, join his Patreon. It's worth it. The in-depth knowledge, the research is very much worth it. All right. So the Greco-Roman writers made it clear that there were two Kushite empires, one in Asia and the other group in the area we would call the Sudan. The great writer Homer alluded to the two Kushite empires when he wrote A Race Divided, whom the sloping rays, the rising and the setting sun surveys, right? So from there is where we went at last time, where it explains Herodotus and that the Kushites are Ethiopians, that the Kushites are Ethiopians. But we have a divide here. And when we go through this divide, we usually take us to the Ethiopian kings list. Now, always we break down that His Imperial Majesty in 1914 gave Mr. Ray the king's list. So he supplied. In this king's list, we learn of the first tribe of Ori, aka Aram. Now, this time period is very important for what we're looking at and reading. And I want you to remember that there was a reference of the inheritance of Set being given to Heru, and the division of land or the division point. And we're going to hit those main keyword points to kind of give you something to look at. So here we have on the Ethiopians kings list, Ori, Aram, and there are 21, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, 21 sovereigns. So as you look, you'll see these names, and we want you to pay attention to these names. And we'll do more research on each of these names as each time we go. But you have Dejin the first, Dejin the second, Senefru, Zenazabin, Sahalan, Ilaran, Nimrod, Iloku, Salu, Karib, Hogeb, Makas, Asa, Afar, Melenos, Suleiman, Tahagi, right? Now, what happens is these 21 sovereigns of the tribe of Ori and Aram, so they're called the Aramite kings. So this is doubtlessly a list of Amorite kings of the tribe of Aram, son of Shem, who ruled Kush before before the arrival of the Hamites of the line of Cush. That is before the dispersion from the Shinar Tower. The Hamites treated them as Nephilims, giants, that is, demon-filled opponents who were to be outs from the land. The giants were Adites of Arabic legends, drawing on earlier Coptic sources, were believed to be the offspring of Aram and the earliest inhabitants of the Nile Valley. As in this case, the reign of kings of the line of Aram are treated as consecutive, traced back over 1,200 years to a period before the flood. So as the Adites are treated in the sources sometimes a post-Diluvian and sometimes as pre-Diluvian, depending on the particular historical construction. So you have the Tower of Shinar or the Tower of Babel. And this is when, remember, everyone's supposed to be speaking one language at this time. So, and that's a code. We're going to deal with that. But the Aram is out of the land, and Cam, the tribe of Cam, who comes, the tribe of Cam after the fall of the Shinar Tower. Now, the date of Cam and what comes out of Cam? Cush, son of Ham. Sabata is the son of Cush and is otherwise known as Zinga, or the Zing being the ancestors of a large African nation. So you get Kaut or Kaut, Habasi, where you get Habasha or Abyssinia, Sabata, Electron, Neber, Amen, Nehas, Nasi, Horkam, Saba, Safa, Askadu, Hohe, Adugalan, Manture, Raku, Sabe, Azugan, Sole, Astun, Amen, Ramtata, Wanu Ona, Paori, and you get 25 sovereigns out of the tribe of Cam. You get 21 out of Aram, which becomes the 46 sovereigns. This lineage leads to many aspects of Canaan, all throughout Africa, Arabic, the Sabaeans, the Manians, and Sabata, son of Cush, son of Ham, is called Zingai, and the Sadeas, Pentateuch. This is an epos of the Zing tribes of Africa. So these Zing tribes of Africa, and we've read this before about the rain queens and how it goes throughout, but there's a lot more to this. But now you have a split here. But we're going to get even further than that. When we get to the third component of the Ethiopian Kings list, which is the Joktan, the Zayan dynasty of the posterior of the kingdom of Joktan. Now, up here to the top, this is one of the sons of Joktan. You see, they give it, and when you go to Joktan, you get Akbona Saba II, and it takes you to Saba Sheba in a list of kings of posterity. And this is where you come to the first dynasty of Egypt. So all that time we just looked at before that, all those ages before that, in the other stories, well, let's get a clarity so you see what we're saying, and we'll make a component to come back to that again. Now, here, the Turin's Kings list is designated to Ramses II. Very important. Now, if you look at the listing on the Kings list of the Turin, the first columns gives you the gods of ancient Egypt. Then they come on down and they say the gods of ancient Egypt, spirits and mythical kings. So when they say that, that's like saying nymphs, spirits. Okay. Then you go down from those rows of spirits and mythical kings to the first dynasty. That's the third row. So you got two rows before you get to the dynasties. Ethiopia, you got two rows before you get to the first dynasty. Now, if they say mythical kings, this is the European definition of this time period. So when we go into the Greek mythology, we're into mythical kings and nymphs and spirits. So let's first row, Ra, Geb, Osiris, Set, Horus, Thoth, Mach, Horus, Iblis or Ibis, Aped, Hepu, Shemsu, Mene. Then they say spirit and the followers of Horus. So that's the Shem Horus, right? Now you get to Menez. That's the first dynasty. So this is your third column is when they hit it. So all of these periods before, the way it is described in the definitions is totally different. Hold on. Where were we? And I'm gonna bring our cipher right back in. We just hold on. I thought I had it open. Maybe I closed it. We were on number 7. Just to get another reminder, Could someone begin? And I want us to hit number 6 one more time before we go down. And then we're going to let Ross Cipher come back in because we're going to have a point of clarity here. Someone would read, start with 6 we got going down, and then, but we want to hit 6 again one more time.
Hour 6. This is when the most significant event in the underworld occurs. The body of the sun god, or possibly the body of Osiris, no longer mummiform, is seen with Khepri's scarab form, being protected by the serpent Mehen as he regenerates. The Mehen serpent at this point joins the journey, staying with him through the rest of the hours. Once again, Ra's solar bark travels the waters of Nun as regenerative power flows, helping to revitalize the bark of Ra as it is reunited with his body in the form of Osiris. This renews the light of the sun in this hour, represented as a sun disk crown appearing on Ra's head. Additionally, representations of the kings of Lower and Upper Egypt are found here, as the recently deceased king must face his predecessors before being reborn himself. You want to go on?
Yes, if we can.
Regenerating the light of Ra is very dangerous. Is a very dangerous moment in the journey, as it attracts the forces of evil present in the underworld. In this hour, Apep swallows all the waters of Nun in an attempt to stop the bark and kill Osiris through Ra once more, preventing the daily cycle of the sun. The goddess Isis places a magic spell upon the bark in order to allow it to continue traveling through the regions without the need for water on the upper register, and the enemies of Osiris are punished for their intent to cause him harm. And the lower register contains humanized depictions of the stars following Ra's path to the end of the underworld. Ra has been fully regenerated, and the powers of evil have been avoided through the help of the gods. Now, Ra becomes across 5 doors that he must command open with his voice, adding to the hardships on his journey. The unnamed gods on the upper and lower registers are seen creating new clothing, again associated with the ideas of rebirth and renewal. The solar bark is pulled along by 8 unnamed gods to help Ra reach the surface once more. Hour 9. Ra's solar bark is pulled by 12 oarsmen in this hour, helping to pull him towards the light of the living world. The 3 idols represent in front of the men, the 3 idols present in front of the men are there to help the gods carry in stalks of grain, disperse bread and beer to the dead in the underworld. No further explanation is offered in the text as to why this is done, but it is likely tied to the ideas of the deceased living in the underworld and therefore still require sustenance. Hour 10. Ra continues his journey, being protected by his 12 oarsmen, who now carry weapons to protect against any enemies, but especially against Apep on the lower register. Is an image of those who drowned in the water, being pulled to shore by Horus, the god of the sky, in addition to many other things. This is a comforting image, as it was believed in ancient Egypt that those who did not receive a proper burial could never reach the underworld or eternal life. So this hour of the Amduat shows that this isn't the case, however, and not all hope is lost for these lost souls. Hour 11. The eyes of Ra are fully healed as a symbol of his health and rejuvenation. On the lower register, a giant serpent known as the World Encircler is brought in by a row of 12 unnamed deities. A bright red sun disk protected by a serpent, similar to how Mehen protects Ra, has appeared on the prow of the boat at this point, showing that the time of Ra's journey through the underworld is coming to an end. Horus calls upon a monstrous serpent with the unquenchable fire to destroy the enemies of his father Osiris by burning their corpses and cooking their souls. Just hold on there, Russ. Just don't move that. Just let me just write something down. Bright red sun disk, protected by a serpent. Yeah, bright red sun disk, protected by a serpent. Okay, all right, yeah, let's go on. Yeah, right. Finally, 12. Finally, the sun god is at the end of the underworld and the end of his journey, having been reborn once again. He takes on the form of Kepri as the morning sun crests on the horizon. He is led out of the underworld by many deities and gods. The giant serpent, the world encircler, join in the parade as well. Once the deceased has finished their journey through the underworld, they arrive at the hall of Ma'at, where they would undergo the weighing of the heart ceremony, where their purity would be the determining factor in whether they would be allowed to enter the kingdom of Osiris. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir. So the components of Cepheus, the components of the Osiris story, the Star King now has always been a key. Now, not to get too far, but I'm going to bring it all in. But I have to go Jokta, because he is a key here. Now, we just seen on the Ethiopian Kings list, Jokta listed as a component of the name of a dynasty. And Joktan is what they say the second of two sons of Eber. Mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, he descends from Shem, son of Noah. In the book of Genesis 10:25, it reads, "And unto Eber were two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan." So the division is a very component language that's not used lightly. And these are, earthly factors on time periods, but also astrological. And so when Joktan comes in, Joktan has certain children, Joktan's sons in the order provided. So one of, you could look at several of the names, because when you think about Genesis and they talk about the Garden of Eden and Ethiopia, they speak of Havilah, Sheba, these lands. So here you have Havilah, Ophir, Sheba, all of them together. And this first one, Al-Modad, very important, because the name means something. Someone read here for Al-Madad, please.
Yes, I. Almadad, Hebrew, was a descendant of Noah and the first named son of Joktan in Genesis. and Chronicles. While the Bible has no further history regarding Almodad, this patriarch is considered to be the founder of an Arabian tribe. This is based on the identification of Joktan's other sons, such as Sheba and Havilah, who are both identified as coming from that region.
According, all right. Hold up right there. Hold up right there before we go further. Now, for everyone to really catch where we're at with this, I have to go back here. And I just thought about it. Okay, where did I go with it? Thought it was still open. Okay, right. So now on the Ethiopian kings list, this construct of dynasties and who people are is important, right? So they're saying the kingdom of Joktan in the Ethiopian kings list. And here, the name Saba, Sheba, is a list of kings of posterity. So I want you to look at that to think about how you're reading the scripture. And if this is a person, time period, or a collective of people that have been composed into a story. And then now the story has a science in it, and it's a composition of time. Now, the reason of that is, if we look at the Greek mythology, we look at this, we look at the writers, the components of it, some of these things, you'll get what I'm saying. And not to infringe on anybody's religion or anything, because we're talking about seeing the living truth, our story, not it just being a mythological story thrown up in the air, no connections, but our ancestors always wrote to us in dimensions. And one of the things that we do here in the temple building is we do a statement where we try to explain in the science that if I ask you about Adam and Eve, and if you say it's just a man and a woman, right, and they're dead, that's gone, then the story is a dead letter. There's nothing you can do about it. Adam and Eve is dead. But now if you understand the dimensions of the story, that Adam and Eve represents atom and matter. Now the story has dimensions and it's timeless. And you can build from it. And it's not just a dead letter. It's not flatline. So when you take it out of the flat line and you place the dimensions in the words, then you're able to build from it. So we're here trying to give you the ability to see the dimensions in the word. And as your consciousness becomes that, that's the elevation of going from third dimension to fourth dimension. See, because now it's manifested, but it's always been manifested. You know how some people say their consciousness is waiting to see on that next level, or they're hoping we get there, but get there is already here. Our consciousness has been brought down to where we're not able to really rectify the reality of even our very existence. So coming into the knowledge of our ancestors, which is a dimensional science of the stars in the heavens, the forces, the Netaru, the spirits, the Ma'at, the balance, the chaos, and all of the internal science as we speak about knowing our history past the components of what we even call race-based consciousness, as people say it now, when we speak of ourselves as etheric cosmic beings, and we're knowing that from this component, our ancestors entered this realm as etheric forces, etheric plasmic forces. Then they were androgynous forces, and they went from androgynous to male and female. So there's a development. And even in the science of Kemet, you learn about this, because some people say, well, you're speaking androgynous. Does that mean that homosexual? No, we're not talking about sexual preference. We're talking about the science of nature, totally different. Androgynous is totally different. So when you study the Mut of Kemet, the goddess Mut, which is the vulture, which is on the crown, Mut, the vulture. The vulture is androgynous. You can't tell the male from the female. You cannot tell the male from the female. And they are the recyclers of death. Nothing is lost. Everything is used to produce life. So Joktan, Sheba, Havilah. So here we have to think on the levels of the king's list, what came before the Joktan dynasty, right? Was Pa-Ori. So Pa-Ori is very important. Ross Cipher, on this time period for Pa-Ori, what is another king that's associated with this time period?
Can you make it bigger, Russ? What date is that? 1985, Priori. Amenhotep.
Uh-huh.
I think that's Amenhotep. I think it's Amenhotep is it Amenhotep the first?
Okay. It goes down from Amenhotep, but it goes also into what they would call the Ramses period as well, correct?
Yeah, because the Ramses. Well, no, isn't the Ramses period after the Queen of Sheba, after them time, after 1,000? Does it is Ramses around? Is he around 800-900 Ramses? I think. Is that who we associate with the Aksumite king Aksume? I think. I think he's between the 8th and 9th century, Ramses. I think.
Okay.
Because I know we've associated, I don't if you remember, we've associated him with Aksume, being the Aksumite king of Dumat. You know what they call Dumat.
Dumat, yes. You're right. You're correct. So let's go to this time period biblically, kind of, so you can kind of get this priority and what it's coming into, because this is after Can. So you have what they call Habish or Habasi, the Abyssinian, and it is the son of Phut, the son of Ham or Cam, the name Put or Foot, being alternatively spelled as Qut or Quat. In Arabic is otherwise described as the son of Cush, the son of Ham. Habesh is also himself titled and identified with Cush. Habesh does not feature amongst the sons of Cush named in Genesis 10, and Foot sons are not listed at all in the Bible. It is possible, therefore, on the analogy of the genealogical phenomenon examined below, that Habesh was literal son of Foot or son of Ham and was adopted into the family of Cush, the son of Ham, taking the name of his adopted father Cush. The national name of Habesh is exchanged for Hebrew Cush in some Arabic versions of Genesis 10. Then Cush is depicted otherwise as a son of Canaan, a son of Ham, rather than as a direct son of Ham. In Arabic tradition history, so Habesh is also found and identified with Cush, son of Canaan. However, genealogy Cush, son of Canaan, is likely to have arisen as a result of the fact that the Manians or the Sabaeans were mixed with Hivites, the offspring of Canaan, which later then became known themselves as Men or Menians or Sheba or Sabaeans, and hence also as Cush, Sheba being the son of Cush, an ethnic designation Cushite and Sabaean being both translated Indian in the Targum. So this is where they first start saying Indian. And which case Cush, son of Canaan, really refers to the Manians, the Sabaean, the Hivites. Habesh is the father of Nuba, Eponus, ancestor of Nubian. Included amongst the Nubians is the tribe of Fung, and doubtless the Puntites of ancient Egyptian inscriptions who inhabited the land of Put or Punt. Sabata, son of Cush, son of Ham, is called Zingah or Zing in the Sadia Pentateuch. This is the ethnos of the Zing tribes of Africa, who are said to have been the sole occupants of Africa south of a mountain on the equator inhabited by them. So now this history and this language of these people in our ancestral line, I think we could go to Phineas and kind of get this. Phineas had been engaged to Cepheus, daughter of Andromeda, before she wed Perseus. And Phineas plotted against him, leading Perseus to turn him and his co-conspirators into stone by showing them the head of Medusa. The affairs appear to have formed part of the Eupides lost of the Andromeda, and it receives a single line in Apollodorus Bibliotheca, but the only extensive ancient treatment is found in Ovid, the Metamorphos. In Ovid's account, Perseus asks for Andromeda's hand in return for saving the girl from the sea monster Citius. Okay, let's look, because Citius is very important. I want y'all to realize what Greek mythology is saying. Hold on. All right. Citius are often depicted fighting Perseus or as Mount of Nereid. Queen, do y'all see that? I don't know if many of you remember where we read this name. Cassipio boasted that she and her daughter Andromeda were both beautiful than the Nereids, in which invoked the wrath of Poseidon, who sent the sea monster Citius to attack Ethiopia. Upon consulting a wise oracle, King Cepheus and Queen Cassipio were told to sacrifice Andromeda to Citius, and they had Andromeda chained to a rock near the ocean so that Citius could devour her after finding Andromeda chained to the rock. And learning of her plight, Perseus managed to slay Citius when the creature emerged from the ocean to devour her. According to one version, Perseus slew Citius with a harp lent to him by Hermes. Now, It come on. I'm gonna come back to that. I want to write it the right way. Oh, so this is how the name is. But this is the sea monster sent by Poseidon, and it's called the Ethiopian sea monster. Ketos or Kisitius Ethiopios was a sea monster sent by Poseidon to ravage the land of Ethiopia as punishment for Queen Cassiopeia's um, boasted that her daughter Andromeda was more beautiful than Nereids. Now, let's just hypothetically say this. Let's say one group has a Netaru, right, of their goddess, and their daughter represents that. And so they raise the status of that above another. And the other ones are great seafarers, and they follow with the god of the ocean, the spirits of the ocean. And so when they come upon one group, which is would be the divide. So this is one family fighting each other in this ancient time. Now, let's go a little bit further back. Oh, no, take it so forward. Now, when we look at this whole story in this ascent, um, I don't give enough here on the Etruscan construct for you to get it. The Etruscan mythology, Nethune was the god of wells, later expanded to all waters, including the sea. The name Nethune is likely cognate with the Celtic god Nikton and the Persian and Vedic god sharing the name Apap Napat, and perhaps all based on the Proto-Indo-Nipot nephew, grandson, in cases Etruscans may have borrowed Umbrian's name Nehutun or Neptune, who was originally a god of water. So even though we know the Etruscans came before the Romans, so there's no way the Etruscans could borrow from the Romans. The Nethune is mentioned on the Piacina liver, and third, the model of the sheep's liver used for divinatory rites, called Hospicius or Neo, abbreviation for his full name, as a Patrian god is profiled wearing a Ketos, a sea monster, headdress appearing on a coin of Vetaluna, and he is accompanied by his trident between the two dolphins. So it's titleage, but it's tied to something. If this helps you kind of get like what we're reading, even though you're getting the star codes, and then even though you're hearing the Greek mythology, now you're seeing that, hold up, this king wore a headdress for the sea monster. What was that mean? What does that mean? Okay. Um, Let me get back to Bellis so we can get this lined all the way up. Because Bella's story to his children helps you kind of identify how it came into that line or that theory in which they were dealing. So I'll just go here. Um, all right, so Belus family. Belus was son of Poseidon. So Poseidon sent Citius, an Ethiopian sea monster. Now you're looking at Belus, and it goes to Libya, and he has another son, Egyptius, and then they get also to the Agnors, Belus' brother. You go to Phoenicia, you go to Danis, and hold on, is it Phoenicia? Oh, okay, right there. So you go to Phoenicia, which you know you're going to go to Phoenicians. Then they say his wife comes from the god of the Niles. His son Egyptius, Danis. It goes all the way down. We see Cepheus. We know that's and when you get down here, it goes according to Phocetus of Athens. Belus also has a daughter named Dameno, who married Agnor, Belus' brother or her uncle, and bore to him Phoenix. Now the Phoenix goes back. Well, let's go here to Phoenix. Now don't pay this picture attention. Just think about the words here. In Greek mythology, Phoenix was an enemy of the Phoenicians of Phoenicia, who together with his brother was tasked to find the abducted sister Europa, right? The Phoenix was the son of King Agnor of Tyre, but either Tessa, his brother was Europa Cadamus, and we're going to understand Cadamus, Silas. In some accounts, Phoenix' father was King Belus of Egypt, and siblings Agnor, Phoenix. We to father the number of children by Cassip. Hold on. I was trying to get to his description. Uh, yeah, past it. All right, Phoenix was all right. Here we go. Phoenix was believed to have fathered a number of children with different women by Cassipius. Phoenix had a daughter, Carmen, three sons, Phineas, Dorcelius, and as well as a stepson, Antimenius, whose natural father was Zeus by Alphacebos. He had Adonis or Adonai. Phoenix was also credited as the father of Cepheus, king of Ethiopia, whose wife was another Cassipio. Now, this lineage tie-in, what they're doing, um, is best when you start to understand insignias and so forth. And there's an insignia that's here, but when you're looking at, let me give you a signal for Phoenix. See these name repeats here. Um, Man, they don't give it here. I didn't want to have to go through that much because I wanted to get back to Danos. So let's just get to the Danos, right? So the king of Libya, his myth is found in the legend of Argus, one of the foremost of the Mycenaean cities of Peloponnese. In Homer's Iliad, the Danans, tribe of Danus, are the Argives, commonly designated the Greek forces opposed to the Trojans. Well, who opposed the Trojans? And who stood up at the battle? Who stood up for Troy?
Ethiopians.
Okay, so now the Danus or the Danans is very important because I've heard people try to use this, and so I really have to hit this. Danus was the son of the king of Belus of Egypt and Naid, and the daughter of the river god of the Nilus, or Scythia, the Epinus of Sidon, and he was the twin brother of Egyptus, or Egypt, king of Egypt, while Euripus added two others, Cepheus, king of Ethiopia, and Phineas, Petros, Adrammedia. The Danites. Danus had 50 daughters, the Danites, right? Now, 6 go to Pieria, Elephantinus, 4 to the queen of Europa, 10 to the Hamanah Nymphs, and Atlanteans, the Phoebe, 7 to Ethiopian women, 3 to Memphis, 2 to Herse, and last 4 to Crino, according to Hispros. Dinus also had all these progenities begotten by Europa, the daughter of Nilus. So this is the god of the Nile River. In some accounts, Dinus married Malia, while Egyptians consorted Wasia and used 2 women, and these 2 women were daughters of their uncles Agora, king of Tyre, and their possible sisters, Damno, who described as the daughter of Belus. Now, what gets real interesting is, hold on, let me see if it'll come up. I think that's better. All right. So I wanted to make sure you catch this. Many of us have heard the story of Ireland in certain connections, and we're not really all the way aware. And I've listened to some people lately try to say that this Danaan is the tribe of Dan for Israel, and it's not. That's why I wanted to show you in the mythology of Greek mythology, Danus or Dadanan, coming from, this Belus and so forth. And so as we go over here to Ireland, you're gonna catch a certain element of it. We're gonna track what it is. Because the Danus or the Dana, they played a very big role. So, meaning the folk of the goddess of Danu, also known as earlier the Tanu tribe of the gods, are a supernatural race in Irish mythology. Many of them are thought to represent deities of pre-Christian Gaelic Ireland. The Teuton Dan are often depicted as kings, queens, druids, bards, warriors, healers, craftsmen who have supernatural powers. They dwell in other worlds but interact with human in the human worlds. They are associated with the Sid Prana, ancient burial mounds, which are entrances to other worlds and realms. Let's keep going. I'm just gonna keep going. Their traditional rivals are the Fomorians, who might represent the destructive powers of nature and whom the Tatun Danan defeated in the Battle of Mag Turid. The prominent members included the Dagda, the great god, and the Morrigan, the great queen or the phantom queen. Luga, Nuda, Bergen, the healers, and the Gubern. Several of the Teuton Danans are cognates of ancient Celtic deities, Lug or Lugus, right? Let me see if I can go, if I need to go to another write-up just to make this go clear. Well, no, they go to it. All right. All right. An old Irish word tua means tribe, folks. A genitive case of dia, depending on the context, can mean gods, goddesses, or more broadly, supernatural beings, objects of worship. In the earliest writings, the mythical race are referred to as Tutunda, tribe of gods, Tutunda and tribes of God. In Liber Bestina, their name is translated into Latin as plebos de ro, God folks. However, Irish monks also began using the term Tuatha to refer to the Israelites, with meaning people of God. So this is how people start saying tribe of Dan. Apparently, to avoid confusion with the Israelites, writers began to refer to the mythical race Dan, tributers to Dan, Old Irish pronunciation Dan. This is generally translated as folks of the goddess Danu. It may also have been a way of humanizing them. Instead of God folks, they were now the folks of a particular goddess. Earlier Christian writers also referred to them as Feardim, God men, Silel, Gadem. Again, possible to avoid calling them simply gods. Some of the Teuton Danans are occasionally called clan or elderland, children of art. Danaan is generally believed to be a genitive of a female name for which is a nonative case as not attested. It has been reconstructed as Danu or of which is Anu. It may be an alternative form. Anu is called Mother of the Irish Gods. Anybody know where Anu come from? Or who uses Anu?
The city of Heliopolis in Egypt.
Okay. Okay. And so remember Belus, remember this is Egyptia's brother, twin brother, and this is the Danu or the Danus, but it was Dan Anu. And so when you go to the book of Judges, that's why in the Bible, the history is crazy, but there are things in the components of the book of Judges that will line up with certain history. But then when you get to certain other history, like Joshua and the wars that Joshua was supposed to do in Israel, there is no historical evidence of it. So there are components of history that lead to the reasons of that. And which is descriptive. But we wanted to get you to this anew, but this is called the mother of the Irish gods. This may be linked to a Welsh mythic figure, Don, or the Hindu mythology also has the goddess called Danu. But we know why Hindu, because Hindu's Kush, who may be an Indo-European parallel. However, this reconstruction is not universally accepted. It has also been suggested that Nan is a conflation of Dan, skill of craft, goddess name Anan, and the name is found as Danan, and Danan, which may point to the origin of a Proto-Celtic Don, meaning earth, compared to the Irish domain, or earthly gods. So you get a lot of language there and a lot of words. And actually it is. They're the roots of it coming from one aspect. Now, as we speak of the Canaanite, Cushites, and so forth, and these connections, and we go back to Quitesh. Now, what do you see on the head of Quitesh? What do you see in her hand? What do you see under her feet? Um, and Quitesh is a Canaanite goddess. This is not actually when they tell you she's not coming out of Egypt. This is coming out of Canaan, but it's clearly Kemetic. But look who they say her parents are. But in the Semitic root, which is very important. I want you to see who she is. Now, appellation for her is also set to who is this? Ashira, the mother. But she's a consort of who? Yahweh. Yahweh had a wife. But similarities with other goddesses such as Shaput, Hathor, Quatesh. Uh, they just put her for the ball cycle, which is going to be important in a minute. But now, some of you were saying, why are you showing us this? So, such as, well, let me go, where did they say ball cycle? So, they telling you she was considered a wife of Yahweh. Um, and let's look at this. How many of you studied the ball cycle? Anybody here has read the ball cycle? Studied the anyone? Okay. All right. So this is going to be good and interesting. So the text identifies Baal as the god Hadad. Northwest Semitics Adad, Agad, right? So now some of you say, well, people say that's the devil stuff and they was worshiping this and doing this. But I need you to look at these stories. Now,
Pretty Rex,
yeah.
before you just go on, wasn't Yam the fourth son of Noah?
Oh, okay. Okay. And that goes to the ram, and that's why His Majesty spoke about what goes over to the Rama over into India. So, but I want y'all to see this now. Is the ball cycles of series of stories summarizes Yam wants to rule over the other gods to be the most powerful of all. Baal Hadad opposes Yam and slays him. Baal Hadad, with the help of Anat Athara, persuades El to allow him a place. Baal Hadad commissions the Cathar Wa Kasi. Now that's a patah. That's a well. Let me go to this because I'm it's going to be a clear point in this in a minute. But I want you to see who this is as well. This is the Vulcan. This is the alchemic science here. But Kathar Wakasi is a divine artisans who could be various play roles as of architect, smith, musician, magician. Some scholars believe that the name represents two gods, Kothar, cases combined into one. Let me go a little further with it. So they call him a Ptah. All right. The name Kurseti might have either referred to the god regardless as a counterpart or the outright representative, an Egyptian variant of his name, and a connection between him and Ptah has also been suggested in past scholarships. The Phoenician form of Qatar Wakasi, a presumed figure known in the writings of Philobelius as a Kosor, represented as a later Phoenician form of Qatar Wakasi. Now that's going to be important now, but uh, okay, they didn't give it to me. So let me just get to because we're getting late. So let me get to why we hit this ball. Why we hit this ball? We hit it earlier, but we're gonna hit it one more time. This is a supposed connection between Belus of Egypt, Zeus Belus, the god Murdoch, is likely to be more learned speculation. Belus and Baal. Modern writers supposedly possible connection between Belus and one other god, who is bore the common Northwest Semitic title Baal. According to some sources, Belus was the son of Poseidon by Libya. Bel, associated with Babylon, Assyria, by the Aegean Greeks, had a distant relation with that area, in contrast that they had trading relations with the North Canaanites of Syria, Ugarit, and the Levantine Scythia and Tyros, cities that are mentioned in Greek mythology and Greek myths about Belos. And his name is an echo of the Canaanite god Baal, which in the Akkadian Babylonian script is replaced with Enlil. So who knows about Enlil? Somebody hit me up. Enlil and Enki, that's the children of who? What's their father's name? Enki and Enlil's father's name is anyone? We just was reading about it.
Not Eldadab.
No. Anu. Anu is the father of Enki and Enlil. That's why they call them the Anaki, the Anu Aki.
Okay. Which is the horizon of the sun.
Okay. All right. So now you're connecting them because Belus and all of this was connecting to Ethiopia. But so now Enlil, both meaning Lord, and may be connected with Murdoch or Marduk. But most probably connection in the ancient Leviton Canaanite mythology is Baal Hadad, a fertility god whose attributes are lightning, rainstorm, and the forces of nature. Now, just to skip to another person that was listed here. So we can get a little further in this. Cadamus. How many of you heard of Cadamus? All right, Cadamus is a very important character, as you'll see. He was alongside Perseus. So what does that mean? Because Perseus is a star constellation. What would Cadamus be? What are they saying?
He's a star god as well.
Okay. So he was a legendary Phoenician founder of the Boeotian thieves. He was alongside the Perseus and Belphron, the greatest hero and slayers of monsters before the days of Heracles or Hercules, commonly stated to be the prince of the Phoenicia, the son of King Agnor and queen of Telphas of Tyre. So You know, when we get in the Bible story with Solomon and the king of Tyre, you know, we're starting to see some alignments. The brother of the Phoenix and Clenix, Cadamus, traces origin back to Poseidon and Libya. So what do they mean it traces origin back to these two gods? So originally he was sent by his royal parents to seek out and escort his sister Europa back to Tyre after she was abducted from the shores of Phoenicia by Zeus. In early accounts, Cadamus and Europa were instead the children of Phoenix. Cadamus founded or refounded the Greek city of Thebes, Acropolis, of which was originally named Cadmea. In his honor, he is also credited with the foundation of several cities: Illyria, Boathouse, Lacinia, in ancient Greek literature. In the end of the mythical narrative, Cadamus and Harmonia is associated with Enchili and Iranians. Hold on. So the wanderings. Yeah. So right here, you got to look at Cadamus in this story because they say Cadamus and the serpent. Remember, Mehen protects the journey of the sun from Apep. Cadamus is ended up taking a bride, took away as a bride. Electra's daughter Harmonia was who Cadamus took away as a bride as Zeus had abducted his sister Europa. Pleiades, Electra or Electron, and her two sons Dardanos, Eta and Aesons, they were the four figures. The wedding was the first celebrated on earth to which the gods brought gifts, according to Diodorus. What does that mean? This wedding was the first that the gods celebrated and brought gifts.
It's the first king and queen, right?
So now, when you start looking at this, you know, there are elements you're going to have to look at. So Cadamus sowing the dragon, we already know he was then instructed by Athenia to sow the dragon's teeth in the ground, from which sprang a race of fierce armed men called the Spartans. Sown by throwing a stone among them, Cadamus caused them to fall upon one another until only 5 survived to assist him to build Cadmea, or citadel of the Thebes, and became the founders of the noblest families of that city. The dragon had been sacred to Ares, so the god made Cadamus do penance for 8 years by serving him. According to the Theban tellings, it was an expiration of the period that the god gave him Harmonia, literally putting or assembling together good assembly, good composition as wife. At Thebes, Cadamus and Harmonia began a dynasty with a son, Polydorus, and 4 daughters, Agave, Atone, Inoe, and Semele. In a rare account, the couple instead had 6 daughters, which are called the Kadamades, and they go on it. But let's take this daughter here. The youngest daughter of Cadamus, Harmonia, and the mother of Dionysus. Anyone here know who Dionysus would become? Or who is Dionysus in Greek mythology? What it would be in Egyptian mythology or Egyptian kings list? All right, so let's go. I'm gonna just go to Dionysus and let you see who they also associated with. So he's associated with Bacchus, but as they associated with Bacchus, they took that and created their sexual rights. But that's not how. That's where they got Ivy League from. But he's also associated with the main name that you all know is so they're tracking these lineages of ancient Ethiopian knowledge. And, you always see the drawings with the sun behind the head. The sun behind the head. The triangle and the square. We just read about the Mycenaeans and the Maneans. We know about the cow from Ra. So let's get a little insight here.
Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio podcast.
I have with me here someone I hold very highly, whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo Mutsecha.
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes. In all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kirufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Nekrofes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta.
Now, first point here. is a name carried generations and put in all of their name. That key wrote name, which one of them is in. So when the scales of times are written and it's written about families, sometimes they will never be able to decipher who it is, but there may be a generation of people who bore a name. But they were representing something. So this is the key. So Naphtali. And then remember what he said, how do you have a tie to Greek?
Next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan. Rufus.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But, from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Mwanamutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopians, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from?
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha Kapta, the land of God Ptah. Wow. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum. That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptah-Lamu, Mary Amun. Those names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptah-Lamu becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the great Kara, Solar Brotherhood, to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
Yeah. So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the great solar society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this great solar society was called, were called the servants of the sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle became the most important bird, because it symbolizes royal, the royal soul, spirituality. You can see also this, the Germans
The Americans
use it, the Americans use it, but they don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
You see, for instance, even the word royal itself, royal derives from Ra, which is the sun. So it's only Africans who say we are the children of the sun. The Ngunis will say Sibelanga, children of the sun. The Shonas will say we are Karanga, children of the sun. And on Lake Victoria, there's an island called Ukara, where our institute, Kara Heritage Institute, takes the name. That island is also called Uranga. Ranga is the sun. Or Ulanga, Langa is the sun. Kara is the sun. So that area, you find people who call themselves on that island Vakara, Vakaranga, Vakalanga, Wakaranga, Vakalaga.
It's all the same thing.
All the same.
All referring to people of the sun.
People or children of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where even the Egyptians, when they moved up, they established a city called Saqqara. Sa means land, Kara, the land of the sun. And the people who go to West Africa, they have a city in Ghana, Accra, which is a distortion of Akara, which is the city of the sun. And then at Mapungubwe here and Great Zimbabwe, they had temples, African people, before the whites came. The temples were called Akara, and then the Greeks say it's Acropolis.
Okay.
Even up in Egypt, they talk about Acropolis. And then the Arabs talk about Al-Akara. But all this means the city of the sun, or the city of the sun god. So we have better explanations of who we are, where we come from, how we got to where we are.
You've said a mouthful, but I want you to complete your thought. You're saying because?
Yeah, but you see, the materialist Christianity of the Romans, which is not about God, is about capturing people and promising them that if you believe in Jesus, when you die, you will go to heaven. And then there was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power, because they will think they have another chance of coming back to life. So they banned that. Now, when they got into Ethiopia, there was a church called Pa Laka. You can see Pa means the house, Laka, the sun. So Pa Laka is like Zaun, which they pronounce Zion, is the city of the sun. And the oldest university in Africa was the University of Anu. And then in the Bible, they call it On. And the Greeks call it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. So the sun is central.
Why is the sun central?
The sun is central because, you see, as an African philosopher called Lord Kem, or Tau Tau Harama in Greek, thought Hermes, he says that the sun is the visible God, because the sun that we see doesn't have light. There's a sun behind it. That sun behind it is called Kara, which means spirit of the sun, or the divine light. So this sun is a transmitter of the divine light, and that's why all the African kings, or rather, let me say the sun, is called Fura, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, and in the Khoisan language, Pariu. And that means the Sun King, or the King of Heaven. But it is also called Thobela ya Mashako in the Kilobedu language, which means someone who controls all the four quarters of the world. And that's why you have Radio Thobela. And whether you are in Venda or Haskukune or Lobedu, Thobela, even when you greet, I'll say Thobela, which means I acknowledge the fact that you are the child of the sun. You are a royal person because you are a child of the sun. And you will say Murena, because Murena is another word for the sun or the heavenly being. That's why Basotho, they will say Morena Emoholo, meaning the king. The Xhosas will talk about Kumukane. The Zulus will say Isilo Samabandla. But Isilo Samabandla is the same as Thobela ya Mashako. And that's why African kings and queens were defined as divine or sacred beings. So we are closer to God as African people. And that's why we didn't make pictures of God, because we see God as a spiritual being, as a light being. But we have been given white pictures now. We think we are educated, we are civilized, we are godly, but when actually African people are not worshipping God. They are worshipping Europeans, icons. And then the same Bible, they say don't worship idols. But they've given us idols. In our churches, we have all these idols and so on.
How did and the question is probably, the answer is probably obvious. How did we get captured so strongly by the European beliefs that was clearly, as you said earlier, to capture? It's more designed to capture than to free.
You see, when the Romans got into Egypt, there was a Christianity called Coptic Christianity, or a Gnostic Christianity. And now they felt that that Christianity doesn't serve their purpose, because it says that there's a divine spark in you, which is also called the indwelling spirit, the spiritual man in you. In other words, your body is really a vehicle for something that came from above. So you are divine. But they decided that that is nonsense. They defined it as paganism, and then decided that the real religion is that of believing in Jesus, who they said he died and he would and got resurrected in 3 days. And that guy, Jesus, never even died there. The person who died was an African disciple of his called Simon of Cyrene. And Cyrene or Cyrenaica is Tunisia. So it's an African also who died. But that African, two clever women, they went to the grave, removed the corpse of that Simon of Cyrene, so that the Romans should not come and see that they killed the wrong person and start looking for the right person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The elder gave us some powerful jewels to build on and understand this Greek, I guess you would say, corruption of our story. We got one more. Well, we might be scooping another one, but we got another one. Hold on. Just to help us line up what we've been building on.
The name Medu-Neter is kind of created in ancient Kemet, but the writing system we call Medu-Neter existed from the interior of Africa. So I would like to say that there were symbols that the Chwa, the San, and the Khoi used that kind of morphed into the Kushites, and then the Kushites morphed it into Kemet. But when Kemet came into existence around 4240, Medu-Neter was already being used in O. The Quastel incense burner shows you that. The Quastel incense burner is about 300 to 500 years before Narmer. It shows the king wearing the white crown. It shows him holding the Nkaka, sitting on the sacred throne. It shows Haru on top of the White House. You know, so all of that writing was there. And a lot of the so-called art that you see on the bowls of the Nubian vases and vases and stuff like that, which we thought was just art, was actually writing system. We see the word Necher, we see certain cities. So the first decipherment you can see was names of cities and trade. So the concept of trade really developed the writing system because we're trading oil, we need to have a record of it. So numbers we had established that thousands and thousands of years ago. So now we had to have the name with the numbers. So now that's when they created, you know, so you see these symbols that represent a city, symbols that represent a king or a ruler. So that existed from the interior of Africa. And you will see some of these symbols go back 60,000 years. The symbol of Haru can be found on Adam's calendar in South Africa, right? So it's just like Nata Playa. So Adam's calendar is a precursor to Nata Playa. It's on the 30th parallel. The Great Zimbabwe is on the 30th parallel. The Great Pyramid at Giza is on the 30th parallel. So I'm trying to show you this coordination all the way down the 30th parallel from Kemet at the top, the bottom of Africa, to the top of Africa, South Africa. Everything in alignment. So they're in existence. Now that can be dated more than 60,000 BCE. So that really messes people up. So now let me ask you, what was happening in Asia 60,000 years ago? What was happening in Europe 60,000 years ago? We have Denisovan and Neanderthal. I don't think they were writing anything, bro. I don't think they were reading anything. I don't even think they were talking. I think they were grunting like the gorillas and the chimpanzees and stuff like that. Okay. So, you know, we have to put things in space. That's why a timeline becomes so important when we're teaching the Kemetic spiritual system. In terms of organized writing and stuff like that, yes, Kemet, it was believed to be that cuneiform, that Europeans tried to make cuneiform older. But cuneiform came slightly afterwards, but close to it, right? But I want to say this here. The founders of cuneiform and the founders of Medu-Neter are the same people. They both are Kushites. Kush, when you go to Sumer in Asia there, Sumer was created by Nimrod, the son of Cush. So I want people to go back and look at these stories. Nimrod, Canaan, the Blackheads, the Gigi. These are all coming from ancient Kush. So the same people that founded Kemet, it was the same foreparents that founded Mesopotamia and all of that. So I want people to understand that cuneiform, the only difference is that cuneiform is abstract only. You have to know the culture and the language to translate that. Medu Neter is holographic and based upon nature. So it's symptomatic. One is totally symbolic and one is symptomatic. Symptomatic means that I can show you the origins of why that came into existence because I understand its nature. So that's why I teach symptomatic thinking in the Medu Neter. I wanted you to understand when we put Keper, means coming into being, the dung beetle, so they studied the nature of the dung beetle. So that means somebody really, when I talk about study the animal kingdom, the animal domain, our ancestors really took this to the nth degree. So they studied every insect they could see. They studied every bug, every flower, every plant, every bird. If you are a bird watcher, ancient Kemet is heaven because that's the only water for miles around. So birds from all the continents come there to drink before they move on their journey. And so the ancient Kemetu studied these birds. They studied Keper, the dung beetle, is the strongest creature on the planet Earth in proportion to its size. It can lift 1,150 times its weight and carry it infinitely without getting tired. No such thing as getting tired. Okay? And it's always moving towards the light, towards the sun. So the ancient looked at as moving towards knowledge and wisdom. It takes the dung, which is just the grass and stuff like that the animal ate, right? And uses it as fertilizer to bury its eggs in. So when it digs a hole in the ground, that's called irrigation. When he brings the dung inside of the hole, that's called fertilization. Okay, so you see, if you go, my homeland is Tanzania. If you walk out into the Serengeti Plain, you'll see 1,000 wildebeest, 1,000 zebra, right? Now, if they're eating, you know what else they're doing. So it could get real funky out there. But you get up in the morning, it's nothing but fresh air because the dung beetle then got rid of all of them. Even the elephant turd, within 2 hours is gone. Dung beetles then verged on it, took it, rolled it up into little balls, buried it in the ground. Nature has provided. In fact, even in Texas, they were having problems because the cattle dung was filtering into the water because they didn't know what to do with it. The feces was all over the place. And they had, with their fertilizer, had killed off all the natural bugs and insects that would deal with that. So they had to import dung beetles from Kemet there to deal with the problem they were having there. So they upset the ecosystem. So I'm just trying to show you this, that we were keen observers. So when you're looking at the Medu Neter, the Medu Neter is teaching you about the plant domain, the animal domain. The suit plant, like in the suit biti, represents royalty. Why would a suit plant that grows in the Nile represent royalty? Well, first of all, the plant can be eaten as food. I can take the plant and I can make clothes out of it, like the marijuana plant. I can take the plant and weave it and make baskets out of it. I can take the fiber and tie and build constructions out of it, buildings out of it. So I can build my home out of it. I can have clothes out of it. I can eat it. So it became a divine plant. So when I want to talk about divinity, I use the suit plant, and it comes from the south, so it even represents the south, up south. So you see, the papyrus became the north, and the papyrus plant grows in a pyramid shape, the stalk, the stem. And then the first paper of man was used from that. And then again, the papyrus plant can be used for cleaning. It can be used for 100 different things, just like the Nasut plant. So we studied the nature, the birds. We have one bird to represent something good, another bird represents something bad. So they realized that it steals other birds' nests, It eats other birds' eggs. It's around stuff that's dead all the time. So we're going to make that bend. That's something bad. But now we got this other bird. Oh, wow, when this swallow is around, this eats insects that's pests to us. It eats mosquitoes and bugs and wasps and things that bother human beings. So we're going to put that little bird behind something that's good. So weret, like the great weret, that's the word bird, okay? You see? So studying nature, the Medu Neter is symptomatic thinking. It's showing you the essence of something, why something came into being. And so that's why I teach it. And I found out that it enhances every language. When I was teaching Ashanti Tree, the Medu Neter to Ashanti Tree, I found out that the people who were speaking Tree didn't know the origins of their own words. They learned their language symbolically, and everybody does that. They don't know the origin of the words they're saying. They heard their mama say it, their grandmama said it, they say it. We learn symbolically, only what we hear. We don't know the real meanings behind it. The Medu Neter will help you understand the meaning behind the real words. I think I've done this before. Like in the Shanti Tree, they have a word called Obroni. If you ask the average Ghanaian, what does Obroni mean? They said the white man, or it means the foreigner. No, the word Obroni symptomatically meant destroyer. So these Europeans who came, who were destroying the culture, destroying the land, they call them Obroni. So when you come in there, you act like that, they call you Obroni. So it's not just a white man, it's anybody who's but the common people don't know that. They just think it just means foreigner. In Swahili, we have the word called the Wazungu. So one person is an Mzungu versus a Wazungu. So if you ask the average Swahili-speaking person, they just say, oh, it means the white man. No, it means the destroyer who has a soul like a 2-year-old, who only takes. See, so symptomatic thinking. So the Medu Neter helps you go to the root of why a word is what it is. So now I got a whole nother picture. So when I'm teaching Medu Neter, I want you to understand it the way the ancient Kemetu understand it. I don't want you just to be symbolic thought. You know, Uncle Jasanet, and you don't even know why you said that and why those words mean that. Why is Uja? Uja is a fire drill. They believe that you can't have civilization without fire. So Uja, which is a fire drill, means to be prosperous. So if you can control fire, then you can cook, you can smelt metals, irons, you can create bricks, you see what I'm saying? So now you were able to be prosperous because you can control the use of fire. A fire drill was the symbol for prosperity. Health, seneb, a cloth, both a cloth. When you were able to clothe yourself, you were able to not get sick and control yourself from the different types of weather. So seneb became synonymous with health. So that's the way I teach the Medu Neter, symptomatic thought. As you're learning the alphabet, and then you learn biliterals and triliterals, I make you study all these birds. I make you study all these animals, so you know the meanings behind them, why they chose that animal.
Drinking warm water before bed improves eyesight almost.
Now, the reason we look at that, What's the follow up and our closing?
The name Medu Neter is kind of created in ancient Kemet, but the right.
So when we look at that, and we're looking at this whole history, there comes another component that, you know, that comes into play with this, and it's the Armana letters. I'm gonna try to get something that's gonna give us a little more detail. All right, so here we have the Armana letters. Let's see if they give us any brief statements. I was trying to make sure I had all of them, but thought I would have got a brief statement. So here's a letter from Shipi Bal, ruler of Lakesh, who reassures the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III or his son Akhenaten of his loyalty. Akkadians' cuneiform texts. So they're writing in cuneiform, which goes to Sumeria. The Amarna letters of Kassites, king of Burna, Barasi, in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, the Egyptian to the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III. The Amarna letters of Tushata, king of Mitanni, to Amenhotep III. The Amarna letters from Yapuhu, ruler of Gezer, to the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III or his son Akhenaten. The Amarna letters from the king of Megiddo to the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III or his son Akhenaten. The Amarna letter of marriage negotiation. And I forgot what it is. It's one of the Mesopotamia queens coming in. Well, hold on. I'll just go on the regular one first, though. I thought about it. It do give me good detail in the first. So the Amarna letters, sometimes referred as the Amnar, the Amarna correspondence, or the Amnar tablets, cited an abbreviation for El Amarna, which is, we'll talk about that language, are an archive written on clay tablets, primarily consisting of diplomatic correspondence. So this is an empire, this is a government between the Egyptian administration. So the Egyptian is the government, its representatives in Canaan, Amaru, or the neighboring kingdom leaders during the new kingdom. So all of these letters, they're writing back to Egypt as the leader. The Amarna letters are unusual Egyptological research because they are written not in the language of ancient Egypt, but in cuneiform. So you got to think, well, they're in Egypt, and they can read cuneiform. That's why we looked at Quitesh, Canaan, Baal. The writing systems of ancient Mesopotamia, most of a variety of Akkadian, sometimes characterized as a mixed language, Canaanite, the Canaanite Akkadian. So the Canaanite Akkadian and we're going to get to that point. One especially long, abbreviated EA-24 was written in the late dialect of Hurarian. So they say the Amarna letters are great significant for the biblical studies as well as Semitic linguistics because they shed light on the culture and language of the Canaanite people. In this time period, though most are written in Akkadian, the Akkadian of letters is heavily colored by the mother tongue of their writers who probably spoke an earlier form of Proto-Canaanite. The languages which would later evolve into daughter languages of Hebrew and the Phoenicians. The Canesians, or the Canaanite languages, provided valuable insight into the proto stage. So here you have the people of Canaan, which is Cush, and they are the root to the language that is being used in the Amarna letters as well, because it's cuneiform, but it's a cuneiform with a Canaanite, proto-Canaanite verbiage, I guess you would say, in a sense. The language which would later evolve into Hebrew. So there wasn't a Hebrew, there was a proto-Canaanite. Now, when you look at the proto-Canaanite, you look at the lands. Well, I want to not just look at the lands, but I want to look at the languages that come out of it. The subdivisions of the Amarna Canaanite. They keep saying Amarna, and I'm going to make a point on that. The Canaanite, Akkadian, Amorite. The north is the Philistines, the Phoenicians, and the Punic, which remember you start learning about the Punic Wars. The south is Hebrew, Ammonites, Moabites, Edomites. All of them come from one language. So are they one family? The Canaanites are broadly defined to include, now they say Hebrews, Israelites, Judeans, Samaritans, Ammonites, Edomites, Ekronites, Hyksos, Phoenicians, Punic, Carthaginians, Moabites, Suthans, and sometimes the Ugarites, Amorites. The Canaanite language continues to be a spoken language until at least the 5th century, but was gradually supplanted by Aramic. Modern Hebrew is the only living Canaanite language today and was revived in the 19th century. So as you look at this, you're looking and saying, wow. So this history that they've woven comes from our stories. And hold on, I gotta go to one of this thing. You know, all of this we've been getting back into is understanding, you know, this star knowledge and how far it goes back. Now, one of the things that we found that was Zeus was also named Basilius, which is important. And when we went through the Canaanite and we went to Belus or Baal. Belus is Baal, Canaanite, but it's a Cushite. And that Belus took us also to two children, Egyptus and Danus. And we took Danus over into Ireland. And we found the Tuat Danu, a significant group in Celtic mythology, are often referred to as a race of gods who migrated to Ireland, believed to be descendants of the goddess Danu. They are associated with the impressive magical abilities, cultural advancements, having allegedly traveled to Ireland on a cloud and descended in a mist. Their arrival marked a pivotal monument in Irish mythological history as they fought and defeated the Firbolg and the existing inhabitants of Ireland in the first battle of Magu Turuda or Turid. The prominent figures among the Tuats include gods such as Dagda, Lug, Noad, each attributes with various powers and leadership roles. The Duat are also known for their four magical treasures given by Danu, which play crucial roles in their tales. So, this how you go. So, in their tales, also known for the four magical treasures given by Danu, which play crucial roles in their tales. However, their reign came to an end with the arrival of the Milesians or Milesians, who ultimately took over in a certain rank on it. Now we hit the Basilius, and I will close on this as a key. Oh, I keep putting E. I don't know why I do that. And even though they try to say it's a pre-Greek language, but they try to still, but then they try to take it back to the Mycenaeans, which we know from the mythology that goes back to that Kush. And we always stress the point that they place that the last Basilius, the right to the Basilius, the last rights would have been to Persia and to Ethiopia. And I'm gonna track this all the way for you because I gotta go out of here to come back to it. But just to close on it, hold on. Shoot, I passed it. I passed it. I'm gonna come up here to it, but the word can be contrasted with wanax, another word used more specifically for king and usually meaning high king or overlord. With the collapse of the Mycenaean society, the perdition of wanax ceased to be mentioned, and Basilius appears as the topmost potenance in the Greek society. In the works of Homer, wanax appears in the form of anax, mostly in description of Zeus and a very few human monarchs, most notably Agamemnon or Menem. Otherwise, terms survived almost exclusively as a component in the compound persona names. The Anaxagoras or Angora, Pelestanix is still used in some modern Greek in the descriptions of the Antatora or Ankatara or the Ankara, Antara, Antoran, or Anaktoran, Toran, like Metron, Toran, place of home, annex, royal palace, later is essentially the same word. Wanteras or Wanax king or Bologna, the Wanax king used in a linear B tablet to refer to various craftsmen serving the king. Javelin, wheat, princes. Most Greek leaders in Homer's words are described as the basileus, which is rendered conventionally in English as kings. However, a more accurate translation may be prince or chieftains, which would better represent the conditions in Greek society in Homer's time and also the roles ascribed to Homer's character. Memnon tries to give orders to Achilles, among many others, while another Basileus serves as his charioteer. His will, however, is not to be obeyed automatically. In Homer, the Wanax king is expected to rule over the other Basileus by consensus rather than by Seragon, which is why Achilles rebels, the main theme of the Iliad, when he decides that Agamemnon or Memnon is treating him disrespectfully. The archaic Basileus. So let me get to this now. So you see, it falls into this story with Memnon and I want to see the first part. I don't know why I don't see it. With Memnon. But here they tell you by the 4th century, however, Basileus was applied in official uses exclusively to two rulers considered equals to the Roman emperor. Now, remember, this Rome, they're talking about coming out of Carthage after a certain stage, and they were taking the titleage. The Sassanid or Persian Shansha, how they say it? Shah, Shah, the king of kings, and to a lesser degree, the king of Axum. Now, we've already explained why they say Persia, because Persia was also called Ethiopia. So now we're looking at this title Basilius, and okay, we know it went also to Zeus. So I want us to get it with the Greek mythology, but let's close it out with this, because Zeus bore the title Basilius. And here you find out Herod is referred to as Basilius. So when you go to the story about Herod and the Jesus story, the title of Basilius that Herod wanted, right? So you look at the other titles of Basilius, including the New Testament, King of Heaven, Oranon. So we know this is who? Oranius, or Kronos. Um, but they say the title of King of Kings, and Herod pushed that was the title for him. But let's go a little deeper in this. And I hope it don't take me too far out. I just want to hit that. Um, So here you have what is called Miriam the First, who was Herod's wife, right? And she's the Princess Miriam of the Hasmonean dynasty. Now you just heard what the brother say about Miriam, and he's explaining what that is. But in her life under Herod, let's see if I just give it quick. Okay. Um, I didn't want to have to read, but so much. I just wanted to read it quick. Right here. Salem is also accused Miriam of committing adultery with Joseph, a charge which Harad initially dismissed. After discussing it with his wife, after Harad forgave her, Miriam inquired about orders given to Joseph to kill her should Harad to be killed. Harad then became convinced of her infidelity, saying Joseph would only have confided that to her were the two of them intimate. He gave orders for Joseph to be executed, for Alexandria to be confined, but Harad did not punish his wife. Because of this conflict between Miriam and Salem, Harad, well, hold on, I just want to get to where he knocked all of her whole family of all of the Hasmoneans. All right, well, he knocks the whole family off and he takes the title of Basilius for Judea, but the title was originally not something like he could have took it because the titles had belonged to Miriam's family, which is the Hasmoneans. And so he wanted a title that they held, and you have to ask yourself, how did they get this title of Basilius if they're not David? Who are they? So, next week we'll go deeper into who they are and deeper into showing how this Greek history has grasped our story and hidden it and took our science. But as we say, their mythology is our genealogy. So in closing,
Ethiopians invented Sanskrit writing system. The people of modern Ethiopia have been known throughout history as navigators and shipbuilders. Up to the introduction of Europeans into the Indian Ocean. In Sumerian and Akkadian texts, Ethiopia was called Meluha. The ancient Egyptians named Ethiopia Punt. In Sumerian texts, it is claimed that the Puntites traded with the people of the Indus Valley, or Dilmun. According to Essa and Kramer and the Sumerians, part of Punt was probably called Meluha, and Delmun was probably the ancient name of the Indus Valley. Today, some scholars maintain that Oman, where we find no ancient cities, no artifacts, was Delmun, and the Indus Valley may have been Meluha. But this is false. Meluha was in East Africa, in what we call today modern Ethiopia. Mesopotamia is applied between Meluha to ancient Kush and Punt, the countries below East Egypt, according to Samuel Noah Kramer and the Sumerians. The Akkadians, according to Kramer, said that Meluha was the place of the black man. Since the Sumerians were called the black-headed people, the reference to Meluha as the land of the black man probably refers to Kush Punt as the original homeland of the Sumerians, or the black-headed people. This was also the homeland of the Dravidians, as supported by the discovery of similar styles among the Kushites and Harappans. The first mention of Meluha in Egyptian texts were written during the rule of Ramses II. Ramses II mentions the Meluha in his letter to the Hittites, where he mentions that he was sending men of Meluha to the Hittite royal court. During this period and later periods, Meluha equaled Kashi or Kush. It seems as though the Meluhites were some very good soldiers. They were very great soldiers, and they were used not only by the ancient Egyptians, but we find that the Meluha, when they came to India, also became very good soldiers who worked for the Dravidian kings. In many texts written by Esarhaddon and Assurbanipal, the terms Kashi and Meluhha interchanged repeatedly. The Assyrians frequently referred to the Meluhha as Salmuti, black. The Meluhites, according to the inscriptions of Sargon II, mention the bowmen, chariots, and horses of the king of Meluhha. Together with the Egyptians fought the Assyrians in Palestine. Later, the Assyrian king Assurbanipal of Assyria noted in his inscriptions that he marched against Maga in Egypt and Meluhha, Cush, in order to defeat the armies of Tarku, or Taharka, king of Egypt and Cush. Kramer believes that Delmun was the name of the Sumerians called the Indus Valley. This name, Delmun, could have been pronounced as Tilman. This view is supported by the fact that part of India was called Dilmun, an important part of North India, Pakistan, and Saurashtra. This was a major center of Harappa civilization and the Brahmana Dravida. The Arabians or Dilmunites often wore braids and headbands. The braids and headband was a common feature of the Kushites and Puntites of ancient Ethiopia as well. The most significant evidence of the relationship between the Meluhites and Harappans is the headband worn by the Harappan priest king and the headbands worn by Meluhite Puntites, recorded on the Hatshepsut mission to Punt and the Kushite soldiers, or Meluhite soldiers in the Egyptian army, as you can see in these pictures. In summary, Meluhha was located in Africa. Meluhha could correspond to the ancient African nations the Egyptians called Kush Punt. Delma was the name of the Indus Valley civilization. Since the original home of the Dravidians was Kush, it was natural that many of the Arappans wore headbands and braids like their kinsmen from Kush, Meluhha. Due to the mercantile character of the people of Ethiopia, throughout history, Ethiopians sailed their ships on the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and Indian Ocean. The Ethiopians were great sailors. They established trading colonies throughout the Indian Ocean up to Southeast Asia and India, especially during the Arwe and Punt kingdoms. As a result, they were known throughout history as great businessmen and warriors. The Naga probably came from Kush Punt, Ethiopia. The Puntites were the greatest sailors of the ancient world. In the Egyptian inscription there is mention of the Puntite ports of Autaquilit, Hamusu, and Takaru, which correspond to Adulis, Hamasin, and Tigray. As you can see from these boats that were being loaded by the Egyptians and Puntites, the Puntites had very large vessels that could carry many goods, and these goods were taken throughout the world. The civilizations of modern Ethiopia are characterized by the practice of agriculture via irrigation and terracing. Ethiopians had a knowledge of wheat and barley long before 1000 BC. Soft wheat cultivation was concentrated around the centers of Axum, Harar, and Addis Ababa. The farmers of ancient Arwe used the plow and the hoe, or digging stick, to prepare their fields for cultivation. From here the plow was taken to South Arabia. The Puntites have had many religions before Christianity and Hebrewism. Before their first religion included many gods, but the main god worshipped by the people in ancient Ethiopia was the serpent god Arwe. Other gods worshipped by the Puntites and Meluhites included Sin, the moon god. He was also called Amuka or Awa, Ashtar, the planet Venus, Nuru, the shining one, Baha, the sea god, Medha, the earth god, and Mahram, the god of war. The god Mahram was often identified with the bull. Naga Nagash was the title of the king in the ancient kingdom of Arwe and Punt. The ability of the Ethiopians as sailors is supported by the title Bar Nagash, ruler of the maritime provinces, or Eritrea. This is why the Dravidians recognized the Ethiopians or Nagas, as great seamen and helped them to establish successful colonies in Asia. Some of the earliest rulers of India were Ethiopians. These Ethiopians were called Naga. It was the Naga who gave the Aryans the Nagari writing system. The Devanagari writing system is a system used today to write Vedic literature and the Sanskrit language. Ethiopians did not invent the Sanskrit language. No, this was an Indo-Aryan invention, but the writing system used to write Sanskrit, Nagari, was created and invented by the ancient Ethiopians. The Nagas were not Mongoloid people who presently live in India. These northeastern Indian people were referred to as Naka in Burmese, not Naga. In Burmese language, Naka means people with pierced ears. The British renamed these Mongoloid Naka people to Naga, to white out Africans from Indian history. These Europeans knew that the Naga of Sanskrit and Dravidian traditions lived in central and south India, not Burma. Ancient Ethiopian tradition supports the rule of Ethiopians of India. In the Kebra Nagash, we find mention of the Arwe kings who ruled India. The founder of the dynasty was Zadesi Angabo. This dynasty, according to the Kebra Nagash, began around 1370 BC. These rulers of India and Ethiopia were called Nagas. In the Kebra Nagash, we read, and I quote, "From the middle of Jerusalem and from the north thereof to the southeast is a portion of the emperor of Rome. And from the middle of Jerusalem, from the north thereof to the south and to western India, is a portion of the emperor of Ethiopia. For both of them are the seed of Shem, the son of Noah, the seed of Abraham, the seed of David, the children of Solomon. For God gave the seed of Shem glory because of the blessings of their father Noah. The emperor of Rome is the son of Solomon, and the emperor of Ethiopia is the firstborn eldest son of Solomon." And in the words, "end of the earth," he maketh allusion to the delicacy of the constitution of women, and the long distance of the journey, and the burning heat of the sun, and the hunger on the way, and the thirst for water. And this queen of the south was very beautiful in face, and her stature was superb, and her understanding and intelligence, which God had given her, was such high character that she went to Jerusalem to bear witness, wisdom of Solomon. Now this was done by the command of God, and it was his good pleasure. And moreover, she was exceedingly rich, for God had given her glory, and the riches of God in silver and splendid apparel, camels and slaves, and trading men or merchants. And they carried on her business, trafficked for her by sea, by land, and in India and in Aswan. Again, here in the Kebra Nagash, we hear mention of India, because India had a long tradition of being ruled by the Ethiopians, even up into Sabian times. I'll continue, and I quote, "And the queen returned and encamped in the city of Zion, and they remained therein 3 months, when their wagons moved on and came to the city of the government. And in one day they came to the city of Saba, and they laid waste Noba. And from there they camped round about Saba, and they laid it waste as far as the border of Egypt. And the majesty, or awe of the king of Ethiopia was so great that the king of Midian and the king of Egypt caused gifts to be brought unto him. And they came into the city in government. From there they were encamped in Abat, and they waged war in the country of India. And the king of India brought a gift and a present, a tribute, and himself did homage to the king of Ethiopia. He, i.e. David, waged war with whoever he pleased. No man conquered him. On the contrary, whoever attacked him was conquered. And as for those who would have played the spy in his camp, in order to hear some story and relate it to their city, they were unable to run by the wagons, for Zion herself made the strength of the enemy to be exhausted. But King David and his soldiers, and the armies of his soldiers, and all those who obeyed his word, ran by the wagons without pain or suffering, without hunger or thirst, without sweat or exhaustion, and traveled in 1 day a distance, which usually took 3 months to traverse. As you can see from this text, the Naga Ethiopians ruled India, and that the Indians were in constant contact with the Ethiopians who maintain a heavy hand in India. Ancient Ethiopian traditions support the rule of the Pontites or Ethiopians of India. In the Cave of Ganache, we find mention of the Arwe kings who ruled India. This is very important because we know that by worship of the snake or serpent, that many in a sense took this religion with them to India. The Cave of Ganache claimed that Queen Makeda had servants and merchants. They traded for her at sea and on land in the Indies and Aswan. It also says that her son Ebn Hakim or Menelik I made a campaign in the Indian Sea. The king of India made gifts and donations and prostrated himself before him. It is also said that Menelik ruled an empire that extended from the rivers of Egypt, Blue Nile, to the west, and from the south shore to eastern India. According to the Cave of Nagash, eastern India was ruled by the Naga. This would correspond to the Naga colonies in the Deccan region of India and on the east coast between the Kaveri and the Vaigai rivers. Because the Ethiopians had conquered India, they probably called the Ethiopians Naga, which probably meant lord to the Indians. The ancient Ethiopians probably wore dreadlocks like other Hebrews. We know that in many mentions of the Naga, they are associated with dreadlocks. The Ethiopian people who ruled India are associated with serpents and serpent worship. As a result, we find that serpent was a key part of the Naga. It is written by the Dravidians that Nubogavata stands the place where dwell the hosts of the serpent race, a broad-wayed city walled and barred, which watchful legions keep in guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venom tooth, and throned in his imperial hall is Vasuki who rules them all. Explore the serpent city well, search town and tower and citadel. Scan each field and wood that lies around it with your watchful eyes. So as you can see, the Dravidians had many stories that related to the Nagas, or who the Indians referred to the Ethiopians as the serpent race. A reading of the Dravidian literature, which dates back at least to 500 BC, gives us considerable information on the Nagas. In the Indian tradition, the Naga won central India from the Velavar, bowmen, and Minavar, fishermen. The Naga were great seamen who ruled much of India, Sri Lanka, and Burma. To the Aryans, the Naga, or Ethiopians, were described as half man and snake. Chatabo knew them as warlike people who used the bow and the noose. The earliest mention of the Naga appear in the Ramayana. They are also mentioned in the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, we discover that the Naga had the capital city in the Deccan. Another city spread between the Jumna and Ganges rivers as early as 1300 BC. The Dravidian classic, the Chilapatikaran, made it clear that the first great kingdom of India was Naga Nadu. In other words, one of the first kingdoms of India was ruled by the Nagas. It is very interesting that it would appear that when the Aryans began to invade India, they were confronted first, not by Dravidian people, but by the Naga or Ethiopians. The ability of the Ethiopians as sailors is supported by the title Bar Nagash, ruler of the maritime province of Eritrea. This is why the Dravidians recognize the Ethiopians as great sailors. Ancient Ethiopian traditions support the rule of Ethiopians of India. The Ethiopian rule of India and the Naga kingdoms is also, in a sense, recorded by the Dravidian scholar Vikanakasabai in his great book, The Tamils 1800 Years Ago. Here there's mention of King Tashaka, king of the Naga, who was fighting the Aryans, who were trying to take control of the Ethiopian cities in North India. The Naga were Buddhists. They ruled Sri Lanka or Ceylon. In ancient Sri Lanka was called Nagadwipta. The Ethiopian capital in Sri Lanka was Kalyani. In Indian and Southeast Asian art, the Ethiopians and Naga were represented by women and men serpents with hoods. Kanakasabai noted that in the sculptures, the Ethiopians and Naga represent the kings with 5 to 7 hoods. The princesses were serpents, and they had 3 hoods. And ordinary Nagas only had a single hood. The Naga were a dominant group on the coast. Here the Ethiopians were fishermen and seafarers. The Aryans were taught writing and weaving by the Ethiopians, or Nagas. The major Naga tribes were the Maravar, the Ayanar, the Oliyar, the Oviyar, Arubalur, Paratavar, to name a few. The Nagas resisted the invasion of the Cholas for many years. In the Kolitukai, the Naga are described as being of strong limbs and hardy frames, and fierce-looking tigers, wearing long, curled locks of hair. A Dravidian poet wrote about the Naga, and this is recorded by Kanasagavai in his book. The poet wrote, "Of strong limbs and hardy frames, and fierce-looking as tigers, wearing long and curled locks of hair, the bloodthirsty Maravar, armed with the bow, bound with leather, ever ready to injure others, shoot their arrows at poor and helpless travelers, from whom they can rob nothing, only to feast their eyes on the quivering limbs of their victims." The wrathful and furious Maravar, says the poet, quoted above, whose curled beards resemble the twisted horns of the stag, the loud twang of whose powerful bowstrings, and the stirring sound of whose double-headed drums compel even kings at the head of armies to turn their backs and fly. Their power in battle was so much valued by the Tamil kings that they were enlisted largely in Tamil armies. A Maravar chieftain named Nalai Kilavan Nagan served the Pandya as a minister and commander in his army. Another Maravar, Pendakuran, chieftain of a mountain party called Kuturai Malai, was in the service of the Shara king. As you can see, we find that the ancient Nagas were typified by wearing beards, and they also had braided hair. The Naga kings of Sri Lanka are mentioned in the Mahavansa and are said to have later become Dravidians, as testified by the names of these people: Naganathan, Nagaratnam, Nagaraja, and etc. The Naga, or Ethiopians, were defeated by Dravidian-speaking people from Kumari Nadu. Kumari Nadu is supposed to have formerly existed as a large island in the Indian Ocean, which connected India with East Africa. This landmass is mentioned in the Silappatikaram, which said that Kumari Nadu was made up of 7 nadus or regions. This Kumari Nadu is supposed to have drowned and then flooded and now lies under the sea. The Ethiopian script has influenced many other writing systems. Y.M. Kabishnor, in the UNESCO History of Africa, maintains that Ethiopic was used as a model for the Armenian writing and was also used by many other Trans-Caucasian scripts. Dravidian literature indicates that the Naga introduced the worship of Kali, the serpent, Murugan, and the sun, or Krishna. It's interesting to note that the god called Murugan, worshipped in India, is also worshipped by many people in East Africa. The major gift of the Naga to India was the writing system Nagari. Nagari is the name for the Sanskrit script. Over 100 years ago, Sir William Jones pointed out that the ancient Ethiopic and Sanskrit writing are one and the same. William Jones explained that the Ethiopian origin of Sanskrit was supported by the fact that both writing systems went from left to right, and the vowels were annexed to the consonants. Today, Eurocentric scholars teach that the Indians taught writing to the Ethiopians. Yet the name Nagari for Sanskrit betrays the Ethiopian origin of this form of writing. Moreover, it is interesting to note that the Sanskrit vowels a, e, u, e, a, virama, etc. are in the same order as Giaz. The Indian Ethiopians called Naga made one important improvement over the Ethiopic alphabet, the script. This improvement was the addition of vowels to the alphabet. The origin of Devanagari as a trade language, or lingua franca, is evident in any discussion of this term. Sanskrit was and has always been mainly an oral language. Yes, Sanskrit was mainly an oral language until Panini and others wrote a grammar for it. This is why neither the Giaz or Sanskrit word for writing was ever applied to Devanagari. It is for this reason that it was called Devanagari. Deva means sacred, Nagari is speech. There is no Indian etymology that explains Nagari as the name for Sanskrit language. It is clear that Devanagari means divine city, or sacred city, or city of God. That is why the term script is placed in brackets whenever you see a definition of the word Devanagari, meaning the urbane script of the deities or gods, or the divine urbane script. There is nothing in Sanskrit that allows the term Devanagari to represent anything but Deva, which means sacred, deity, God, and Nagari, which means city, of the city, etc. For example, let's look at Deva plus other words. For example, Devada Maya, containing all the gods. Devaputra, God, son of God. Deva plus Nade, divine river. Deva plus Linga, statue of God. And Deva plus Nagari, sacred city. Let's look at Nagari and its meaning in Sanskrit. Avanti Nagari, the city of Ugayani. Yama Nagari, the city of Yama. And Indra Nagari, the city of Indra. Again, we see that these words can only mean city or sacred. These Sanskrit examples make it clear that Deva Nagari has nothing to do with writing. Some researchers have claimed that Devanagari, sacred urbane writing, because they want to have an etymology for this term. Yet as noted by Wikipedia and other sites, Sanskrit is often simply known as Nagari. This supports my earlier view that the Ethiopian term Nagari was used to represent writing by the inventors of Sanskrit, which was probably used as a lingua franca by the Ethiopians who ruled India and lived primarily in Indian urban areas. It's very important to remember that whereas the Naga or Ethiopians lived in cities and towns, most of the Aryans were people who were nomadic. This means that the Devanagari, sacred writing, not urbane script of the deity. They use the term Nagari due to the fact that Sanskrit was originally a lingua franca used by the Ethiopians to communicate with their subjects and other diverse people in India. Because of its possible origin as a trade language, spoken Sanskrit required the name Nagari, speech. Since it probably originated as a lingua franca, it was later written in Giaz or some other Ethiopian script. When Panani and others wrote grammars of Sanskrit, they continued to call it by the name given it by its creators, Nagari, or speech. This is why attempts to provide a native etymology of Nagari, city, urbane, when interpreting Devanagari fails. It fails about Devanagari was a lingua franca, and over time the proper meaning of the term was lost as various grammarians refined Sanskrit. Brahmi writing and Devanagari writing are not related, even though people have tried to link Devanagari to Brahmi to give it more of an Indian origin. There is no relationship for Brahmi and Devanagari, as you can see in this picture. In addition, whereas Giaz dates back to 500 BC, Brahmi only dates to 264 to 271 BC. As a result, Devanagari has nothing to do with Brahmi. Brahmi is a syllabary, whereas Devanagari is an abugida. A cursory comparison of the scripts indicates that Giaz shows more similarity to Devanagari than Brahmi does to Devanagari. A comparison of Devanagari and Giaz shows many similar signs, as you can see in this picture. And you can also see that Devanagari and Giaz share many symbols and words. This comparison of Giaz and Devanagari suggests a stronger influence of Giaz on Devanagari than Brahma had. As you can clearly see from a comparison of the scripts, that Giaz shows more similarity to Devanagari than Brahmi does to.
So, from India, from the Euphrates, to the Greek mythology, to the history showing our ancestral heritage as children of the sun, and us dealing with the science and the origins that these spiritual sciences surrounded the thrones of our ancestors. And as we look into this, we unlock great keys of Ethiopia being the foundation. Remember, they did not create, they corrupted, they kidnapped, they stolen, and they plagiarized, but they did not create. And therefore, as we study their mythology, we truly see it as our genealogy. And as we're able to track it, even as in the Amana letters, where we can see from land to land a governorship of the ancient Kushite Empire all over the lands. And as we go further into this discussion and we track this serpent and this Danus or the Dana, we go from Ireland to the Americas. And as we hit the Phoenix, also when we hit Egyptus and went to Cepheus, we come to the Phoenix in the Phoenicia. The Phoenicians are Canaanite Cushites. Then we also come to the Phoenix, which became what? The Phoenician symbol when they traveled and landed in the lands. So this is all showing you the Ethiopian Kushite legacy, that has been hidden right before our face. So give thanks for the reasonment. Ross Cipher, as always, brings in a coalition of knowledge through the star science. I know we went in an abundance of information, so you gotta overload, but we're here to give keys, show the connections. We're not rightfully telling you this is what it is. We're showing you what's been missing from the elements of how you may have been taught before to give you something to build on your foundation. We're not trying to disrupt your foundation, but allow you to see the oneness of our truth that expands throughout all of the lands and its many different names. So we surpass history's construct of religions and we deal with the rocks of creation or the stone of creation. Ethiopia, the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, where we find that their mythology is our genealogy. The floor is open. Any questions? Anyone want to give a build from the information given? And to close, Yes, I got to do the closing. Sorry, Chair, I'm closing on this. And to close, from looking at this cipher and realizing this, what do you think now about saying that those ancient lands and things were Tartarians when they really were Ethiopian? So someone is defraying the story from Ethiopia, the gods of Greek mythology, and taking you to the pit, the imprisonment. So we're not trying to imprison you in the illusion. We're restoring you to your liberation, to your greatness. So no, it is not Tartarians. It's Ethiopians. Give thanks, Chair. And next week, as we complete this cycle, we will touch Zeus and the Typhonians. When we'll review from that point, we'll watch a video by our elder, Bobby Hemmett, on the Typhonians. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Floor is open.
Yes, family, give thanks. Nagusa salam. Yeah, Bridget, there's so much. I mean, it's very late. I can't go into too much, but I took a lot of notes of what from the IS teaching today, and there's so much, many aspects that I could have delved into briefly, but I won't. But one thing I will just say is that the idea of the Awe and the ancient Ethiopian worship of the Arwe, like the snake. This is as I was showing you, the two circles among the stars, which is one is the ecliptic and one is the ecliptic and one is the elliptic, and the one of the elliptic is the worship of the snake. I can't go into it now, but I could just show the item so much that the two different cycles. One is the cycle of the snake, and one is the cycle of the moon. So the sun cycle represents the snake, and the moon cycle is the moon cycle is the other one, like the equinox is the balance. So it's using the both, but Western Christianity and not only Western Christianity, Western civilization has omitted completely the knowledge of the snake, which is, again, as you was talking about the naga in Asia. The representative of the naga in Asia, the snake symbolism in Asia is the sesha, is to do with a female element called sesha, or sesha is the same as in Kemet, seshat, and it is the knowledge of the snake, which I can actually break down into. I've done it for Ras Lazarus before, when we've in the class, where we break down from the great cycle and break it down into different parts. So the all of the information which we are talking about is directly it has a mathematical interpretation. So whatever language and whatever culture that they are preserving and stories, they're preserving the science, the mathematics is the universal language. And that is why, that is my opinion, that the Tower of Babel, where they originally spoke one language, the one language that they spoke is mathematics, because whatever it is, Chinese, Indian, any of the languages on the continent, mathematics is a universal language. And I'll leave it there, family, giving thanks. Yes, sir. Is anybody there? Russ, come in.
Yes.
Yeah, we finished, Russ. Have you
Yeah, I'm ready. Really, just making sure anybody has anything else to say. But yes, sir. Great reason and in depth. Definite. All right, one moment.
There's no sound, Russ. Russ, give me a no sound.
Swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us all.
Lagos life. Ethiopia free. Advance to advance with truth and right. Right to advance with love and light. Love and light with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading one cause.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, everyone. This is another night of our story. It has been wonderful, very in-depth lecture tonight, dealing with some groundbreaking things as to what chaos really is, what life really is, and the understanding of that balance and the keeping of the balance. We give thanks and praise everyone for coming in. Chaplain, are you able to put us out with a prayer?
Yes, sir. Yes, Habakadus Kudamawi Haile Selassie, light and life of this world. Behani Alem, Midani Alem, Hoeti Mizra, Kidani Meheret, the covenant of mercy through His Majesty. Yes, sir, we give thanks. We hope that I and I can receive and absorb the divine intelligence which is coming through from our divine leader, Abakadus Kudamawi Haile Selassie, our brain leader, that I and I are able to absorb and make these knowledge useful to our lives in this time here, and hopefully ones and ones can spread the message and gather more of I and I to the knowledge of our ancient greatness and our ancient past, which is a oneness. And it's a oneness of spirit, a oneness of education, a oneness of life, love, liberation, and light. Yes, I am giving thanks. May Abakadus Kadabambi Ali Selassie, I bless each and every one of I and I, and go forth and bless I and I families and give I and I strength, light, and power to continue on the journey. Ali I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, Nagusa Salam. Ali I. Yes, I.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Giving thanks.
Solidarity and dance. And it goes to surround.